The practice of gratitude played a significant role in my journey towards forgiveness. Focusing on the positive aspects of my life, the blessings I received, and the progress I had made helped to shift my perspective. When I focused on the good things in my life, the pain of the past seemed less overwhelming. Gratitude acted as an antidote to bitterness and resentment. It was a conscious act of shifting my attention from the negative to the positive, from the hurt to the healing. It is a simple yet powerful technique. By actively focusing on what I was grateful for, I began to appreciate the beauty and goodness that still existed in my life, and this fostered an environment conducive to healing and forgiveness. Forgiveness also extended to the situations themselves, acknowledging the pain, the lessons learned, and the opportunity for growth. I realized that the painful experiences in my life, while difficult, had shaped me into the person I am today. They had provided me with valuable insights and the motivation to make positive changes. Accepting the lessons from those experiences facilitated the healing process. This wasn't about minimizing the impact of the hurts I endured, but about acknowledging their significance in my personal development. The painful events were integral to my journey, and forgiving the circumstances allowed me to transform adversity into strength. The impact of forgiveness on my life has been transformative. It has freed me from the burden of the past, allowing me to move forward with clarity, peace, and a renewed sense of purpose. It has strengthened my relationships with others, fostered empathy and compassion, and increased my capacity for love. It has allowed me to appreciate the beauty and resilience of the human spirit. Forgiveness is not a destination but a continuous process. It's an ongoing journey that requires commitment, strength, and above all, faith. The journey may have ups and downs, but it's a journey worth taking, for the rewards are immeasurable. It unlocks a life of freedom, peace, and the capacity to love unconditionally. It allows for a deeper connection with oneself and with others, a deeper connection with God, and a fuller life. The willingness to forgive, myself and others, is a profound act of faith, and it has been central to my transformation. It is, indeed, a testament to the restorative power of faith. And this continuing journey of faith and forgiveness has led me to where I am today, a stronger, more compassionate, and more fulfilled person. My story is a testament to the healing power of faith and forgiveness, a journey of redemption that continues to inspire and uplift me each day. It is a journey I am thankful to share. Chapter 8. Lessons Learned. Resilience. The word itself feels weighty, almost too grand for the scrappy kid I once was. The one who bounced from foster home to foster home, from juvenile detention to county jail. But looking back, I see it wasn't some inherent quality, some magical shield against life's blows. Resilience, I've come to understand, is a muscle, forged in the fires of adversity, strengthened by each challenge overcome. It's the grit that refuses to give in, the quiet determination that whispers, I will keep going, even when all around screams, give up. My resilience wasn't born in a moment of epiphany, it wasn't a gift bestowed upon me. It was cultivated, slowly and painfully, through years of struggle and relentless self-belief, fueled by a faith that refused to be extinguished. Early on, I learned to adapt, to survive. The constant instability of my childhood forced me to develop coping mechanisms, often unhealthy ones. I learned to navigate treacherous streets, to read people, to anticipate danger. These, street smarts, became my armor, protecting me from the harsh realities of my environment. But they were a double-edged sword. They kept me alive, but they also kept me trapped in a cycle of self-destruction. The turning point wasn't a single event, but a gradual shift in perspective, a slow awakening to the potential within me. It started with small victories, staying out of trouble for a week, then a month, then a year. Each small success, no matter how insignificant it may seem, chipped away at the walls of despair and self-doubt that had surrounded me for so long. It was a slow and deliberate climb uphill, one step at a time. There were many times I slipped, fell, and wanted to give up. But I kept getting back up and trying again. That is the essence of resilience. Education became another crucial element in my journey toward resilience. Heald College, with its business entrepreneurship program, offered more than just an academic challenge. It offered a chance to prove to myself, and to the world, that I was capable of something more. The transition from street smarts to book smarts wasn't easy. The academic rigor demanded discipline, focus, and a level of intellectual engagement that felt alien at first. My struggles with ADHD and bipolar disorder added another layer of complexity, making the process even more challenging. But I persevered, earning a 3.5 GPA, a testament to my unwavering determination. This accomplishment wasn't just about academic success, it was a powerful demonstration of resilience, a validation of my self-worth, a testament to my ability to overcome incredible obstacles. It was proof that my past didn't define my future. My faith, however, was the bedrock of my resilience. It provided a framework for understanding my struggles, a source of strength when I felt overwhelmed, and a guiding light when I lost my way. It wasn't a magic bullet, it didn't erase the pain or magically transform my life. Instead, it gave me the tools to navigate the challenges, to find meaning in suffering, and to cultivate hope when despair threatened to consume me. My faith became a lifeline, guiding my actions and strengthening my spirit. It helped me to forgive myself, to accept my imperfections, and to embrace my journey, flaws and all. The community I found within my faith also played a vital role. It provided a sense of belonging, a supportive network of friends and mentors who understood my struggles and offered encouragement and guidance. Surrounding myself with positive influences was crucial in my journey of transformation, helping me to break free from the negative patterns that had held me captive for so long. They provided a crucial emotional buffer in times of adversity. Building resilience is an ongoing process, a continuous journey of growth and self-discovery. It's not a destination, but a way of being, a mindset that embraces challenges as opportunities for learning and growth. It's about recognizing setbacks as temporary roadblocks, not insurmountable obstacles. It's about cultivating self-compassion, acknowledging our imperfections, and treating ourselves with the same kindness and understanding we would offer a friend. It involves developing coping mechanisms that are healthy and constructive, not destructive. One of the most crucial aspects of building resilience is learning to manage stress effectively. This is something that I had to learn the hard way. Initially, I coped with stress through unhealthy habits, substance abuse, reckless behavior, and isolation. But as I developed my faith and found support, I began to cultivate healthier strategies. Exercise became a crucial outlet for pent-up energy and negative emotions. Prayer and meditation provided a sanctuary for reflection and renewal. Spending time in nature, appreciating the quiet beauty of the world around me, provided a much-needed respite from the chaos of life. Another key ingredient in building resilience is maintaining a positive outlook. It's easy to get bogged down in negativity, to focus on what's wrong instead of what's right. But cultivating a positive outlook is a conscious choice. It requires actively seeking out the good in our lives, appreciating the small joys, and focusing on our strengths instead of our weaknesses. Gratitude became a powerful tool in this process. Taking time each day to reflect on what I'm grateful for shifted my perspective, allowing me to see the blessings amidst the challenges. This gratitude was both a spiritual practice and a mental health exercise. Furthermore, developing strong social connections is paramount. Isolation breeds despair, while connection fosters strength. Building meaningful relationships with people who support and uplift us creates a buffer against adversity. It provides a sense of belonging, a source of encouragement, and a reminder that we are not alone in our struggles. For me, the community within my faith, as well as close friends and family, played a crucial role in sustaining me throughout the tough times. These connections became vital support systems, providing an anchor in the midst of turmoil. And finally, resilience requires self-belief. This is perhaps the most challenging aspect, especially when we've experienced significant setbacks. But believing in ourselves, even when others may doubt us, is essential for navigating life's challenges. It's about acknowledging our potential, even when we may not feel it. It's about setting realistic goals and celebrating our successes, no matter how small. This unwavering faith in my capacity to overcome hurdles proved to be the strongest pillar in my journey. Without it, there were days when I couldn't face the world. With it, I could even take on the most insurmountable of challenges. This self-belief, fueled by faith, propelled me forward, keeping me going even when I was feeling weak. The power of resilience lies not in the absence of adversity, but in our capacity to overcome it. It is a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit, the unwavering capacity to rise above hardship and emerge stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. It is a journey of growth, a process of transformation, and a testament to the belief that even in the darkest of times, hope and healing are always possible. My journey from troubled youth to faith-based life coach is a testament to that resilience, a resilience I continue to cultivate, not only for myself but to empower and inspire others on their own unique journeys of healing and transformation. My story is a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of resilience, and a reminder that even from the depths of despair, a life of purpose and joy is achievable through faith, perseverance, and an unwavering belief in one's self. Embracing my imperfections wasn't a sudden epiphany, it was a gradual, often painful, process. For years, I'd strived for perfection, a misguided attempt to compensate for the chaotic instability of my childhood. I believed that if I could just be good enough, if I could just check all the right boxes, I could finally escape the shadow of my past. This relentless pursuit of flawlessness, however, only fueled my inner turmoil. It created an impossible standard, one that I was constantly failing to meet. The pressure to be perfect was immense, leaving me feeling inadequate, frustrated, and ultimately, more broken than ever before. The truth is, perfection is an illusion, a mirage in the desert of self-doubt. We are all flawed, imperfect beings, each carrying our unique scars and vulnerabilities. Trying to hide those imperfections, to present a facade of flawless existence, only leads to further suffering. It isolates us, preventing us from connecting authentically with others. The weight of pretending, of constantly striving to live up to an unrealistic ideal, is far greater than the burden of embracing our imperfections. My journey towards self-acceptance began with a simple act of honesty with myself and with God. I acknowledged my flaws, my mistakes, my shortcomings. I stopped trying to hide them, to erase them, or to pretend they didn't exist. Instead, I faced them head-on, acknowledging their presence in my life without judgment or condemnation. This act of vulnerability was both liberating and terrifying. It required courage, a willingness to be seen, flaws and all. This vulnerability extended to my relationships with others. I started sharing my struggles, my fears, my insecurities, not just with God, but with trusted friends and mentors. The response I received was surprising, overwhelmingly positive. Instead of judgment, I found compassion, understanding, and a sense of shared humanity. I discovered that my imperfections were not something to be ashamed of, but rather, integral parts of my story, things that made me unique and relatable. They were the threads that connected me to others, forging deeper and more meaningful bonds. One of the most impactful moments in this journey was realizing the power of forgiveness. For years, I had carried a heavy burden of guilt and shame, fueled by past mistakes and regrets. I had harshly judged myself, holding on to past failures as if they defined my worth. However, through prayer and reflection, I began to understand the profound importance of forgiveness, not only for others, but also, and perhaps more importantly, for myself. Forgiving myself was a journey of self-compassion, a recognition that I am not defined by my past mistakes, but by my capacity to learn, grow, and change. This process of self-forgiveness was not instantaneous. It required time, patience, and consistent effort. There were days when the weight of my past threatened to overwhelm me. But I persisted, fueled by faith and the unwavering support of my community. I learned to view my mistakes not as failures, but as opportunities for learning and growth. Each setback, each stumble, became a valuable lesson, shaping my character and strengthening my resolve. Embracing imperfection also means accepting that life is not always predictable, that there will be unexpected challenges and setbacks along the way. It's about cultivating a sense of flexibility, a willingness to adapt to change and navigate uncertainty. This doesn't mean giving up on our goals or dreams, but rather, accepting that the path to achieving them may not always be linear. It may involve detours, unexpected roadblocks, and moments of doubt. But by accepting the unpredictable nature of life, we can navigate these challenges with greater grace and resilience. Another key aspect of embracing imperfection is the cultivation of self-compassion. It's about treating ourselves with the same kindness and understanding we would offer a friend who was struggling. Instead of harsh self-criticism, we learn to offer ourselves encouragement, support, and understanding. We recognize that mistakes are inevitable, that setbacks are part of life, and that it's okay to be imperfect. This self-compassion is essential for navigating the challenges of life and building resilience. It provides a buffer against self-criticism, allowing us to approach our imperfections with empathy and understanding. My journey from a troubled youth to a faith-based life coach has been a testament to the power of embracing imperfection. It has been a process of self-discovery, of learning to love and accept myself, flaws and all. It has also been a journey of recognizing that my imperfections are not a weakness, but rather, a source of strength and connection. They are the threads that weave the rich tapestry of my life. They are the experiences that have shaped me into the person I am today. They are the stories that I share to inspire others on their own journey of self-acceptance. This journey didn't erase my past, it integrated it into the story of my present and future. The struggles I faced, the mistakes I made, the challenges I overcame, these are not things to be ashamed of, but rather, the building blocks of my resilience. They are the lessons I share with the young people I coach, showing them that imperfection is not a barrier to success or happiness. It is part of the human experience. Instead of hiding from their imperfections, they should learn to embrace them as part of their unique identity. My faith has played a crucial role in this process, providing a framework for understanding my struggles and a source of strength when I felt overwhelmed. It's not about achieving a state of spiritual perfection, but about accepting my imperfections and relying on God's grace to guide me through life's challenges. My faith teaches me that God loves me, not in spite of my imperfections, but because of them. It reminds me that my worth is not contingent upon my accomplishments, but upon my inherent value as a child of God. This acceptance extends to my ongoing battles with mental health. My bipolar disorder and ADHD are part of who I am, not something to be ashamed of or to hide. I've learned to manage my conditions through medication, therapy, and self-care practices, but it's crucial to remember that it's okay to not be okay. Sharing my struggles with others has allowed me to connect with others who are facing similar challenges. We support each other, understanding that we're not alone in our experiences. This understanding that we all carry a weight, that we are all walking imperfect journeys, forms a powerful bond and fosters hope. The journey of embracing imperfection is a lifelong process, a continuous evolution of self-acceptance and self-compassion. It's not a destination, but a way of being, a way of living authentically and vulnerably. It's about celebrating our strengths while acknowledging our weaknesses, and learning to embrace the messy, beautiful, imperfect reality of life. It is about recognizing that our flaws are not impediments to happiness or success, but rather, integral parts of our unique journey, adding depth and texture to the story of our lives. The journey towards self-acceptance is a journey towards self-love, a journey towards a more fulfilling and joyful life. It is a path paved with vulnerability, self-compassion, and an unwavering belief in our inherent worth. It is a testament to the beauty of imperfection. It is a reminder that our flaws are not defects, but rather, the marks of our journeys, beautiful and irreplaceable. Forgiveness wasn't a single, dramatic act. It was a slow, painstaking process, like chipping away at a mountain of resentment, one tiny piece at a time. It began with acknowledging the pain I had carried for so long, the pain inflicted on me, and the pain I had inflicted on others. I had built walls around my heart, barricading myself from genuine connection, fueled by a deep-seated fear of vulnerability. These walls were constructed from bricks of anger, cemented with bitterness, and fortified with unforgiveness. The weight of those walls was crushing, physically and emotionally exhausting. The first step was admitting to myself that I was harboring resentment. This wasn't easy. For years, I had justified my anger, convinced myself that I had every right to be bitter, that my anger was somehow righteous, a shield against further hurt. But the truth was, My anger was consuming me, poisoning my relationships and preventing me from moving forward. It was a constant, gnawing ache, a relentless undercurrent in my life. This realization was a turning point. It marked the beginning of my journey toward forgiveness. I started with small steps, small acts of letting go. I began by forgiving those who had wronged me, the bullies, the peers who had ostracized me, the adults who had failed to protect me. This wasn't about condoning their actions, it was about releasing the grip their actions had on my heart. It was about freeing myself from the shackles of resentment. I started by praying for them, asking God to bless them and to help them find peace. Surprisingly, this act of extending forgiveness brought me a surprising sense of peace. It wasn't an immediate transformation, but a gradual easing of the burden I had been carrying. It was like removing a heavy cloak on a cold day. The warmth that followed was subtle at first, but it grew steadily stronger, more palpable, as I continued to practice forgiveness. But the hardest part of the journey was forgiving myself. I had made mistakes, terrible mistakes, some I still cringe to remember. I had hurt people I loved, betrayed their trust, and broken my own promises. The weight of these actions weighed heavily on my conscience. I judged myself harshly, replaying my past failures in an endless loop of self-recrimination. Self-forgiveness felt impossible. The turning point came through a simple act of prayer. I knelt before God, acknowledging my failings, my shortcomings, the full extent of my imperfections. I confessed my sins, not with the expectation of punishment, but with the hope of healing. And in that moment of vulnerable honesty, a profound sense of peace washed over me. God's love, His unconditional acceptance, filled the void where shame and self-loathing had resided. Self-forgiveness wasn't about forgetting my past, it was about learning from it. It was about acknowledging my mistakes without letting them define me. It was about recognizing that my past actions don't dictate my future. I had learned, grown, changed. I had made amends where possible, and I continued to strive to live a life of integrity and purpose. Self-forgiveness meant accepting myself, flaws and all, as a work in progress, forever evolving, forever striving towards better. This journey toward forgiveness extended to every aspect of my life. It informed my relationships, my work, and my interactions with the community. I learned to approach conflict with empathy and understanding, striving to see situations from different perspectives. I practiced active listening, trying to hear the unspoken emotions behind words, to recognize the hurt and pain that often fuels conflict. I learned the importance of humility, acknowledging my own imperfections, and being open to admitting when I was wrong. Forgiveness is not weakness, it's a powerful act of strength. It requires courage, vulnerability, and a willingness to confront painful truths. It is a journey of self-discovery, a path toward healing and wholeness. It is a process of releasing the past, freeing ourselves from the chains of bitterness and resentment, and embracing a future filled with hope and possibility. It's a commitment to choosing love over anger, understanding over judgment, and compassion over condemnation. The benefits of forgiveness extend far beyond personal peace. Forgiveness fosters healthier relationships, improves mental and physical health, and reduces stress and anxiety. It allows for genuine connection, enabling us to build deeper, more meaningful bonds with others. It fosters trust and intimacy, promoting a sense of belonging and acceptance. Forgiveness opens the door to reconciliation, paving the way for healing and restoring broken relationships. Forgiving others doesn't mean we condone their actions. It doesn't mean we forget the hurt they caused. It means we release the power they have over us, freeing ourselves from the negative emotions that bind us to the past. We choose to break free from the cycle of resentment, opting instead for peace, healing, and reconciliation. It's a conscious decision, a daily practice, a commitment to choosing love over hate, empathy over anger. Furthermore, forgiveness is a continuous process. It's not a destination, but a journey. There will be moments when the pain resurfaces, when resentment threatens to overwhelm us. This is normal. The key is to acknowledge these feelings without judgment, to allow ourselves to feel them without becoming consumed by them. We can practice self-compassion during these moments, recognizing that it's okay to struggle, that it's okay to falter, that the journey toward forgiveness is not always linear. My experience has taught me that true forgiveness is not simply letting go of anger, it's about understanding the root causes of the pain, both our own and others. It's about acknowledging the human condition, understanding that everyone makes mistakes, that everyone experiences hurt and pain. It's about cultivating empathy, stepping into the shoes of others and seeing the world from their perspective. It's about recognizing our shared humanity, our common vulnerabilities, and the need for compassion and understanding. The journey of forgiveness has transformed me in countless ways. It has brought me peace, healing, and a deeper connection with myself and others. It has strengthened my faith, reinforcing my belief in the power of God's love and grace. It has enabled me to build stronger, more meaningful relationships, fostering a sense of belonging and community. It has allowed me to move forward with hope and purpose, embracing the present and future with renewed vigor and optimism. Forgiveness is not a sign of weakness but a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. It is a conscious choice, a daily practice, a commitment to healing, both for ourselves and for others. It is a powerful tool for transformation, enabling us to break free from the past, embrace the present, and build a brighter future. It is an act of self-love, an act of love for others, and an act of faith in the transformative power of grace. It is a journey worth undertaking, a journey that leads to peace, healing, and ultimately, freedom. It is a journey I would encourage everyone to embark upon. The rewards are immeasurable. Forgiveness laid the foundation, but it was the discovery of purpose and meaning that truly cemented my transformation. The years spent battling my inner demons, navigating the legal system, and struggling with mental health had left me feeling adrift, without a sense of direction or belonging. Finding my purpose wasn't a sudden epiphany, it was a gradual process of self-discovery, a journey of trial and error, of stumbling and rising again, each time a little stronger, a little wiser. It started with small acts of service. Helping a friend move, volunteering at a local soup kitchen, mentoring a troubled youth. These seemingly insignificant acts sparked a fire within me, a sense of fulfillment that I had never experienced before. The satisfaction of making a positive impact, however small, was intoxicating. It was a stark contrast to the emptiness I had felt for so long, the hollowness that had been a constant companion throughout my darkest days. This sense of purpose began to grow, taking root and blossoming into something profound. I realized that my past experiences, though painful and difficult, had shaped me in ways I never could have imagined. They had given me a unique perspective, a deep understanding of the struggles faced by many young people growing up in similar circumstances. This understanding became the foundation of my work as a life coach and content creator. My journey wasn't without its challenges. There were moments of doubt, moments when I questioned my abilities, my worthiness, my capacity to make a real difference. There were times when the weight of my past threatened to overwhelm me, when the shadows of my former self seemed to loom large, casting a long, menacing shadow over my present and future. But each time I stumbled, I found the strength to rise again, fueled by my growing sense of purpose, my commitment to helping others. This purpose wasn't solely about external achievements, it was deeply intertwined with my spiritual journey. My faith in Jesus Christ wasn't just a belief system, it was a living, breathing force that permeated every aspect of my life, guiding my decisions, shaping my actions, and providing unwavering support during challenging times. My faith provided a framework for understanding my purpose, a lens through which I could view my life's experiences and discern God's plan for me. It helped me to see my struggles not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and transformation. It gave me the strength to forgive myself and others, to let go of the past and embrace the future with hope and optimism. The integration of faith and purpose wasn't always seamless. There were times when I struggled to reconcile my past mistakes with my newfound faith. The guilt and shame lingered, whispering doubts in my ear, questioning my worthiness to serve others. But through prayer, reflection, and the unwavering support of my community, I learned to embrace my imperfections, recognizing that my past does not define my future. My faith provided the foundation for my work as a life coach. It gave me the empathy, compassion, and understanding needed to connect with others on a deeper level, to help them navigate their own struggles and find their own path toward healing and wholeness. My work isn't about offering quick fixes or superficial solutions. It's about empowering individuals to discover their own inner strength, to tap into their own resilience, and to embrace their unique gifts and talents. It's about guiding them on their own personal journey of self-discovery, helping them to find their own purpose and meaning in life. I began to realize that sharing my story was part of my purpose. The vulnerability required to expose my past struggles, to reveal the raw, unfiltered truth of my journey, was terrifying. But I also knew that sharing my story could inspire others, showing them that it is possible to overcome even the most challenging circumstances, to rise from the ashes of despair and find a life filled with hope, purpose, and meaning. It was an act of faith, a leap of trust in the power of vulnerability, and in the hope that my experiences could help others to find their way. My work as a content creator allowed me to reach a wider audience, sharing my message of hope and resilience with individuals from all walks of life. I discovered the power of storytelling, the ability to connect with others through shared experiences, and to offer support and encouragement through the written word. My blog and social media platforms became spaces for connection, places where people could share their struggles and celebrate their victories. The journey wasn't always easy. There were setbacks, times when I questioned my path, times when the weight of responsibility felt overwhelming. But each time I stumbled, I found the strength to get back up, guided by my faith, fueled by my purpose, and driven by my desire to make a positive impact on the world. This journey has taught me the profound interconnectedness of faith, forgiveness, and purpose. Forgiveness freed me from the shackles of the past, allowing me to move forward with a sense of lightness and freedom. Faith provided a solid foundation, a source of unwavering support and guidance. And purpose gave my life meaning, direction, and a sense of fulfillment that transcends the superficial. My purpose is not solely defined by my work as a life coach and content creator. It encompasses every aspect of my life, from my relationships with my family and friends to my contributions to my community. It's about living a life of integrity, of compassion, of service to others. It's about striving to live a life that reflects my values, my beliefs, and my commitment to making a difference. Finding my purpose has had a profound impact on my overall well-being. The sense of meaning and fulfillment has lessened the burden of my past struggles. The work I do brings me joy, a sense of accomplishment, and a feeling of deep satisfaction. It has strengthened my mental and emotional resilience, enabling me to navigate challenges with greater ease and grace. The support and connection I receive from others fuels my passion and commitment to this work. My journey is an ongoing process, a constant evolution. There are still challenges, moments of doubt, and times when the weight of the world feels overwhelming. But now I have the tools, the support, and the unwavering faith to navigate these difficulties. I have found my purpose, and that purpose guides me, strengthens me, and gives my life meaning. I know that my journey is not over, and that there is still much work to be done. But I approach the future with hope, optimism, and a deep sense of gratitude for the journey that has brought me to this place. I encourage everyone to embark on their own journey of self-discovery, to seek their own purpose, and to embrace the transformative power of faith, forgiveness, and a life lived with meaning. The rewards are immeasurable. The journey is worth it. My journey wasn't solely about conquering my past demons. It was about embracing a future defined by faith, purpose, and unwavering hope. The transformation I experienced wasn't a sudden, miraculous event, but rather a gradual unfolding, a continuous process of growth and discovery. It was a journey that led me to understand the profound and transformative power of faith in my life. Before my faith took root, my life was characterized by a pervasive sense of emptiness, a deep-seated loneliness that echoed the instability of my childhood. I felt adrift, disconnected from any sense of meaning or purpose. The chaotic energy that had fueled my destructive behaviors left me feeling depleted and without direction. Even my academic achievements, while a source of pride, couldn't fill the void within. The success felt hollow, like a gilded cage. I achieved good grades, built a promising career path, but the joy felt fleeting and unsatisfying. There was a missing piece, a crucial element that remained stubbornly elusive. That missing piece was faith. It wasn't a sudden conversion experience. It was a gradual awakening, a slow dawning realization of something larger than myself, something capable of filling the emptiness that had haunted me for so long. It started with small moments, whispers of hope in the midst of despair, tiny glimmers of light piercing the darkness. It was in the quiet moments of reflection, in the simple act of prayer, in the unexpected kindness of strangers, that I began to sense a presence, a guiding force, a power greater than myself. This wasn't a blind faith, a leap into the unknown without question or doubt. My journey involved questioning, wrestling with my beliefs, and grappling with the contradictions and complexities of faith. There were times when I felt lost, when I doubted the existence of God, when I questioned the purpose of my struggles. These doubts were not signs of weakness, but rather essential components of my spiritual growth. They were opportunities to deepen my understanding of faith, to wrestle with my beliefs, and to emerge stronger on the other side. The acceptance of my faith wasn't just a personal decision, it was a transformative experience. It reshaped my understanding of myself, my past, and my future. I began to see my past traumas not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth, as lessons that shaped me into the person I am today. The mistakes I made, the choices I regretted, the pain I endured, these experiences became stepping stones on my path to spiritual awakening. They provided me with empathy, compassion, and a deep understanding of human suffering. This understanding became the cornerstone of my work as a life coach. It gave me the ability to connect with individuals on a profound level, to help them navigate their own struggles, and to guide them towards healing and wholeness. My coaching isn't about offering quick fixes or superficial solutions. It's about empowering individuals to tap into their inner strength, their resilience, and their unique gifts and talents. It's about walking alongside them on their journey of self-discovery, helping them to find their own purpose and meaning in life. My faith also provided me with a framework for understanding my purpose. It wasn't enough to simply escape my past. I needed a reason to live, a driving force that would propel me forward. My faith gave me that reason. It showed me that my life had a greater purpose, that my struggles weren't in vain, that even the darkest moments could lead to profound transformation. This understanding instilled in me a deep sense of hope, a belief that even in the face of overwhelming adversity, there is always the possibility of redemption, healing, and a brighter future. The transformative power of faith extends beyond personal growth. It permeates every aspect of my life. It has strengthened my relationships, deepened my empathy, and broadened my capacity for love and compassion. It has instilled in me a sense of peace, a quiet confidence that transcends the anxieties and uncertainties of life. It has helped me to navigate the challenges that continue to arise, providing me with the strength, resilience, and unwavering hope needed to overcome obstacles. Faith doesn't eliminate challenges, it provides the tools and resources to face them with courage, grace, and unwavering resolve. My faith hasn't removed every obstacle, it has given me the strength and clarity to navigate the rough terrain of life with renewed purpose and a deeper understanding of myself. It has instilled in me a profound sense of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the blessings in my life, both big and small. It has shown me the beauty in the everyday moments, the joy in simple acts of kindness, and the profound power of human connection. My faith isn't a static entity, it's a living, evolving experience. It is a continuous journey of learning, growing, and deepening my understanding of God's love and grace. It is a process of self-reflection, of prayer, of seeking guidance and wisdom from others who share my faith. It's a constant dialogue between myself and the divine, a process of ongoing revelation and discovery. The integration of faith into my life has brought an unprecedented sense of wholeness and balance. It has bridged the gap between my past and my future, allowing me to embrace my history while moving forward with hope and purpose. It has given my life a narrative, a story that is both inspiring and humbling. It has transformed me from a troubled youth into a man of faith, purpose, and unwavering resilience. My story is not unique. Many individuals have experienced the transformative power of faith in their own lives. I believe that everyone has a spiritual path to follow, a journey of self-discovery that leads to a deeper understanding of themselves and their relationship with the divine. This path might look different for each individual, it might involve different traditions, beliefs, and practices. But the essence remains the same, a quest for meaning, purpose, and connection with something larger than oneself. I encourage you to embark on your own spiritual journey, to explore your own beliefs and values, and to discover the transformative power of faith in your own life. It is a journey of self-discovery, a process of growth and evolution, a path that can lead to profound healing, wholeness, and a deep sense of purpose and fulfillment. It is a journey worth taking, a journey that can change your life in ways you never imagined. My experience highlights the importance of seeking your own spiritual path. It's a deeply personal journey, one that should not be forced or imposed upon others. The strength of faith lies in its personal connection, in the individual's relationship with their chosen spirituality. It is a journey of self-discovery, a process of continually questioning, learning, and refining one's understanding. There is no single right path, no one-size-fits-all answer. The true essence of faith lies in its personal and unique expression. The journey of faith is not without challenges. There will be times of doubt, moments of questioning, and periods of uncertainty. These are not signs of weakness, they are integral parts of the growth process. It's during these times that faith is tested, refined, and ultimately strengthened. It is through these trials that one gains a deeper appreciation for the power and resilience of faith. The path to faith is not a straight line, but rather a winding road with twists, turns, and unexpected detours. It is a journey that requires patience, perseverance, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. The benefits of embracing a path of faith extend beyond the personal. It fosters compassion and empathy, crucial elements in building strong communities and positive relationships. It promotes a sense of belonging and purpose, offering solace and strength during times of adversity. It inspires acts of service and generosity, leading to meaningful contributions to society. Faith is not merely a personal belief, it is a force that can inspire positive change in the world. My life has been a testament to the transformative power of faith. It has not erased my past, but it has given me the strength to overcome my challenges and to live a life of purpose and fulfillment. I encourage you to explore your own spiritual path, to discover the profound impact faith can have on your life. The journey may be challenging, but the rewards are immeasurable. The transformation is worth the effort. The path to a life of purpose, hope, and unwavering resilience is paved with faith. Embark on that journey, and you too can discover the extraordinary power of faith. Chapter 9. Hope and Healing. Looking ahead, I see a future brimming with possibilities, a future shaped not by the limitations of my past, but by the boundless potential of my faith. This isn't about escaping my history, it's about integrating it into a narrative of redemption and growth. My past experiences, the trials and tribulations I've endured, have become the foundation upon which I build my future. They've sharpened my empathy, deepened my understanding of human suffering, and fueled my passion to help others navigate their own journeys of healing. One of my primary goals is to expand my reach as a life coach. I envision creating more opportunities for young people, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds, to access the support and guidance they need to overcome adversity and achieve their full potential. This involves developing online resources, conducting workshops and seminars, and collaborating with community organizations to create sustainable programs that promote personal growth and resilience. I dream of building a robust online community where individuals can connect, share their experiences, and find support in their journeys. This online space would be a safe haven, a virtual sanctuary where vulnerability is embraced, and healing is nurtured. The technology available today allows for an unprecedented level of global reach, and I intend to utilize it to amplify my message of hope and empowerment. Beyond coaching, I hope to continue contributing to the broader community. This includes volunteering at local youth centers, mentoring young adults, and advocating for policies that support underserved populations. Giving back is not just an aspiration, it's an integral part of my identity. The transformation I experienced wasn't solely for myself, it was a call to serve, to use my experiences to uplift and empower others. My dedication to service reflects a deep-seated belief in the interconnectedness of humanity and the importance of collective well-being. I firmly believe in the power of collaborative efforts to address systemic challenges and build a more equitable and just society. My professional aspirations extend beyond direct community engagement. I envision expanding my work into the realm of writing and content creation. My autobiography, Thrilla World, is just the beginning. I plan to share more stories of hope and resilience, inspiring others to overcome their challenges and pursue their dreams. I also see myself writing articles, blog posts, and creating video content that will reach a wider audience, making my message of transformation accessible to those who need it most. I envision creating a library of resources, a compilation of tools and strategies that people can use to navigate their personal journeys toward healing. In addition to writing, I hope to leverage my skills and experience to create educational programs and workshops designed to equip people with the tools they need to cultivate resilience and manage mental health challenges. This includes developing curricula for schools and community organizations, creating online courses, and offering professional development opportunities for educators and mental health professionals. My ultimate aim is to build a network of support, a system that empowers individuals to navigate their challenges proactively, fostering personal growth and societal transformation. The journey towards achieving these aspirations will undoubtedly involve its share of challenges and obstacles. There will be setbacks, moments of self-doubt, and unexpected hurdles along the way. However, my faith gives me the strength and resilience to navigate these difficulties with grace and unwavering determination. I've learned that setbacks are not failures but rather valuable lessons, opportunities for growth and refinement. They are stepping stones on the path towards achieving my goals. My faith isn't a shield against adversity, it's a compass, guiding me through uncertainty and reinforcing my commitment to my purpose. A significant part of my future plans involves continuous learning and personal development. I believe that growth is a lifelong process, a continuous journey of self-discovery and refinement. This includes pursuing further education, attending conferences and workshops, and engaging in ongoing professional development. I am committed to constantly expanding my knowledge and skill set, enhancing my ability to serve others effectively and meaningfully. I am also committed to personal spiritual growth, recognizing that my faith is a continuous journey of learning, introspection, and deepening my relationship with the divine. Beyond my personal and professional goals, I harbor a deep hope for the future of our society. I envision a world where compassion, empathy, and understanding prevail. A world where individuals from all walks of life are empowered to reach their full potential, free from the constraints of prejudice, discrimination, and systemic inequality. My commitment to service extends beyond individual transformation. It encompasses a broader vision of social justice and collective well-being. My experiences have shown me the transformative power of faith, not just in individual lives, but in the broader community. Faith, for me, is not a passive belief system, it's an active force that motivates compassion, fuels empathy, and inspires action. I believe that by fostering a culture of empathy and mutual support, we can create a world where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. I envision a future where access to mental health services is universal, where societal stigma is dismantled, and where individuals feel empowered to seek help without fear of judgment. This requires ongoing advocacy, education, and collaborative efforts to create a more supportive and understanding community. I plan to continue contributing to this movement, using my platform to advocate for policies that promote mental health awareness and improve access to care. In conclusion, my vision for the future extends beyond personal achievement. It encompasses a deeper commitment to serving others, making a positive impact on the world, and building a community founded on faith, hope, and unwavering resilience. My journey has shown me that even the darkest of times can lead to profound transformation and that through faith and perseverance, we can overcome adversity and achieve our dreams. My future is not just my own, it is woven into the fabric of a community seeking hope, healing, and a brighter tomorrow. It is a future I am eager to build, one act of service, one story shared, one life touched at a time. The future, for me, is not an endpoint, but a continuing journey of faith, purpose, and unwavering hope. And I invite you to join me on this journey. The path I've walked hasn't been easy. It's been paved with potholes, detours, and moments where I felt utterly lost and alone. But within those seemingly insurmountable obstacles, I found something far more valuable than a smooth, predictable journey. I found resilience. I discovered the power of the human spirit to not just survive, but to thrive, even in the face of unimaginable adversity. And that resilience, that unwavering spirit, is something I want to share with you. If you're reading this, chances are you've faced your own share of challenges. Perhaps you've battled addiction, wrestled with mental health struggles, or navigated a life marked by trauma and instability. Maybe you've felt the sting of rejection, the weight of disappointment, or the crushing burden of unmet expectations. Whatever your struggles, know this: you are not alone. Your pain is valid, your experiences are meaningful, and your journey is worthy of recognition. My story is not unique. Countless individuals have walked similar paths, grappling with similar demons, and yearning for the same sense of peace and purpose that I've found. The difference lies not in the challenges we face, but in our response to them. It's in our willingness to confront our demons, to acknowledge our pain, and to seek the help and support we need to heal. One of the most significant turning points in my life was the realization that I didn't have to carry my burdens alone. For years, I believed that my struggles were a mark of shame, something to be hidden and concealed. This secrecy only deepened my isolation and amplified my pain. The moment I began to share my story, to be vulnerable with others, was the moment I began to heal. Finding a supportive community is crucial. This doesn't necessarily mean joining a formal group or organization, although that can be incredibly beneficial. It means surrounding yourself with people who understand, who listen without judgment, and who offer encouragement and support without conditions. These individuals might be family members, friends, mentors, or even members of a faith community. The key is to find people who lift you up, who celebrate your successes, and who offer a safe space for you to express your vulnerabilities. If you're struggling to find such a community, I encourage you to seek professional help. Therapists, counselors, and other mental health professionals can provide invaluable support, guidance, and tools to navigate your challenges. They offer a non-judgmental space to explore your experiences, process your emotions, and develop strategies for coping with adversity. Don't hesitate to reach out. Seeking help is a sign of strength, not weakness. Remember, healing is a journey, not a destination. It's a process that unfolds gradually, with moments of progress interspersed with setbacks and periods of stagnation. Be patient with yourself, allow yourself the time and space you need to heal. Don't compare your journey to others, everyone heals at their own pace. Celebrate your small victories, acknowledge your progress, and don't be discouraged by setbacks. They are inevitable parts of the process, opportunities for growth and learning. Alongside professional support and community connection, finding a source of meaning and purpose is paramount. For me, that source is my faith. It provides me with a sense of hope, a framework for understanding my experiences, and a connection to something larger than myself. But your source of meaning might be something entirely different. It might be your art, your work, your relationships, your commitment to social justice, or your connection to nature. Whatever it is, nurture it, cultivate it, and allow it to guide you on your path to healing. Self-compassion is another essential ingredient in the healing process. Be kind to yourself. Treat yourself with the same understanding, empathy, and compassion that you would offer a close friend. Forgive yourself for past mistakes, acknowledge your strengths and accomplishments, and celebrate your resilience. You deserve kindness, acceptance, and unwavering support, particularly from yourself. One powerful tool for healing is forgiveness. Forgiving others, and perhaps most importantly, forgiving yourself, is crucial for moving forward. Holding on to anger, resentment, and bitterness only perpetuates pain. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning harmful actions. It means releasing the burden of negativity that prevents you from healing and moving on. It's a release for your own well-being, allowing you to break free from the chains of the past. Along with forgiveness, practicing self-care is vital. This includes prioritizing your physical and emotional well-being. Engage in activities that nourish your body and soul. Exercise, healthy eating, spending time in nature, pursuing hobbies, connecting with loved ones, and practicing mindfulness. Self-care is not selfish. It's an essential act of self-preservation, enabling you to build resilience and navigate life's challenges with greater strength and clarity. Embrace gratitude. Take time each day to reflect on the positive aspects of your life, no matter how small they may seem. Focusing on gratitude shifts your perspective, fostering a sense of hope and appreciation. It helps you to recognize the good amidst the challenges and strengthens your resilience in the face of adversity. Finally, never give up hope. Hope is a powerful force that sustains us through difficult times. It's the belief that things can and will get better, even when the present seems bleak. Nurture your hope, protect it, and allow it to guide you forward. Even in the darkest moments, there is always a glimmer of light, a promise of a brighter future waiting to be discovered. My journey has been a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. It's a story of transformation, resilience, and the unwavering belief that even the most challenging circumstances can lead to profound growth and unexpected opportunities. I share my story not to boast of my accomplishments, but to offer encouragement, hope, and a message of unwavering resilience to those who are struggling. Your story matters. Your journey is valuable, and your future is full of untold possibilities. Never give up on yourself, never underestimate your strength, and never stop believing in the power of transformation. Your healing is possible, your future is bright. Believe in yourself, and let your light shine. You are stronger than you think, and your journey, though challenging, is one of profound worth and undeniable potential. Embrace the journey, and know that you are not alone. Self-compassion. The phrase itself feels almost paradoxical, doesn't it? For years, I equated compassion with empathy for others, a willingness to understand and support those around me. Self-compassion, however, felt like a selfish indulgence, a weakness I couldn't afford. My life, after all, had been a relentless battle against self-doubt, a constant struggle to prove my worth. To show compassion to myself felt like betraying the very fight I was engaged in. I was wrong, terribly, profoundly wrong. The journey from self-criticism to self-compassion was a long and winding one. It required a fundamental shift in my perspective, a conscious decision to treat myself with the same kindness, understanding, and empathy I would offer a close friend grappling with similar struggles. This wasn't a sudden epiphany, but a gradual process, a series of small, incremental changes in my self-talk and behavior. It started with recognizing the negativity in my inner voice. The constant barrage of self-criticism, the relentless focus on my failures, the tendency to magnify my flaws while minimizing my accomplishments, these were the shackles holding me back. I started to become aware of this inner critic, to notice its patterns, its triggers, and its devastating impact on my self-esteem. Next came the practice of reframing my thoughts. Every time the inner critic would launch into a tirade of self-recrimination, I consciously challenged its assertions. I asked myself, is this thought truly helpful? Is it based on facts or assumptions? Would I speak to a friend this way? More often than not, the answer was a resounding no. This process of self-reflection and cognitive reframing was incredibly challenging. It required a great deal of patience, persistence, and a willingness to confront the painful realities of my past. There were days when I felt like giving up, when the weight of my self-criticism felt too heavy to bear. But I persevered, driven by a growing belief in my capacity for change and a deep yearning for self-acceptance. A crucial element in cultivating self-compassion was learning to forgive myself. For years, I carried the weight of past mistakes, holding on to feelings of guilt, shame, and regret. These emotions were toxic, poisoning my relationships, hindering my personal growth, and preventing me from moving forward. Forgiveness, I discovered, wasn't about condoning my past actions, it was about releasing the burden of negativity that was hindering my healing. Forgiving myself wasn't a single event, it was an ongoing process, a continuous act of letting go. It involved acknowledging the pain I had caused myself and others, accepting responsibility for my actions, and extending compassion to my younger, less mature self. I recognized that my past actions were rooted in pain and desperation, not in a malicious intent to harm. Understanding this helped me to detach from the shame and self-recrimination, allowing me to move forward with a lighter heart and a renewed sense of hope. This process of self-forgiveness extended to others as well. Holding on to resentment and anger towards those who had hurt me only perpetuated my suffering. Forgiving them wasn't about excusing their actions, it was about freeing myself from the chains of bitterness and resentment. It was about recognizing that carrying this emotional baggage served only to hinder my own peace and well-being. It's a process that takes time and often requires external support, therapy or spiritual guidance, to navigate the complexities of past hurts. Self-compassion also involves recognizing my strengths and celebrating my accomplishments, however small. For years, I had focused exclusively on my failures, neglecting the many victories, both big and small, that punctuated my journey. Acknowledging these achievements, however seemingly insignificant, helped me to build a more balanced and realistic self-image, fostering a sense of self-worth that had been long absent. I began to keep a gratitude journal, a practice that proved surprisingly powerful in cultivating self-compassion. Each day, I would write down 3 things I was grateful for, focusing on the positive aspects of my life, no matter how small. This simple act helped me to shift my focus from my shortcomings to my blessings, fostering a sense of appreciation and contentment that countered the negativity of my inner critic. It helped ground me in reality, reminding me of the progress I had made and the good that was present in my life. The journey towards self-compassion is a continuous one, an ongoing process of self-discovery, self-acceptance, and self-love. It requires consistent effort, self-awareness, and a willingness to confront the painful realities of our past. But the rewards are immeasurable. Self-compassion is not a sign of weakness, it is a source of strength, resilience, and inner peace. It allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater ease, to forgive ourselves and others, and to move forward with hope and optimism. It fuels our capacity to extend compassion to others, creating a ripple effect of kindness and understanding in our world. The path towards self-compassion is not a straight line. There will be setbacks, moments when the inner critic resurfaces, when old wounds reopen. But these moments should not be viewed as failures. Instead, they are opportunities for growth, learning, and deepening self-understanding. Learning to treat ourselves with kindness, empathy, and forgiveness is a process that takes time and dedicated effort, but the journey itself is transformative, offering invaluable insights into our strengths, vulnerabilities, and inherent worth. It's a testament to the power of self-love and self-acceptance, a powerful force that unlocks the potential for true and lasting healing. And remember, you are worthy of your own compassion. You deserve kindness, understanding, and forgiveness. Give yourself the gift of self-compassion, and watch your life transform. The journey of recovery, I've learned, isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. And marathons aren't won by focusing solely on the finish line. They're won by putting one foot in front of the other, acknowledging each step, no matter how small. This is the essence of celebrating small victories, the subtle, often overlooked triumphs that pave the way for larger achievements. For me, it was about shifting my focus from the grand, overwhelming vision of a completely healed self to appreciating the incremental steps along the way. These small victories weren't mere milestones. They were life rafts in a sea of uncertainty. One of the first small victories I consciously celebrated was completing a single day of sobriety. After years of battling addiction, even making it through 24 hours without succumbing to the destructive pull felt like an Everest-sized accomplishment. I remember the feeling of relief, the quiet satisfaction of having faced a temptation and emerged victorious. It was a powerful moment of self-affirmation. I didn't minimize the enormity of my past struggles. Instead, I acknowledged the courage it took to face each day, one day at a time. Another small victory came in the form of consistent attendance at church. Initially, attending services felt like a chore, an obligation rather than a genuine desire. But slowly, as I immersed myself in the community and the message of hope, I began to find solace and strength. The simple act of showing up, week after week, became a symbol of my commitment to change, a testament to my growing faith. It was a visible demonstration to myself, and to others, that I was serious about building a different life. My academic achievements, while seemingly unrelated to my spiritual journey, were equally significant small victories. Earning a 3.5 GPA in business entrepreneurship at Heald College wasn't just about academic excellence, it was about proving to myself that I was capable of achieving something meaningful despite my past. It was about overcoming the self-doubt that had plagued me for so long and demonstrating the potential that lay dormant within. This academic success wasn't a sudden leap, it was a gradual climb, marked by countless hours of study, perseverance through challenging coursework, and the unwavering support of my mentors and friends. Each exam passed, each assignment completed, represented a small victory that fueled my confidence and propelled me forward. These small victories weren't always grand or dramatic. Sometimes, they were as simple as making my bed in the morning or preparing a healthy meal. These seemingly insignificant acts were significant because they represented a shift in my mindset, a conscious effort to cultivate discipline and self-respect. They were tangible demonstrations of self-care and self-love, small acts of rebellion against the chaos and self-destruction that had defined so much of my past. Cultivating the habit of celebrating these small victories required a deliberate shift in my perspective. I had to learn to appreciate the process, to focus on progress rather than perfection. It wasn't about reaching some utopian ideal of flawlessness, it was about acknowledging the positive changes, however incremental, and celebrating the steps taken in the right direction. This involved actively challenging my inner critic, which often minimized or dismissed my accomplishments. For example, the inner critic would whisper insidious doubts. That was just luck, or, anyone could have done that, or, it's not really that big of a deal. I learned to identify these negative thought patterns and actively counter them with positive affirmations and factual evidence of my progress. I started journaling, documenting my accomplishments, no matter how small. This created a tangible record of my journey, a visual reminder of the progress I had made. This simple act of self-affirmation was immensely powerful, helping me to combat self-doubt and celebrate the hard work and dedication that had brought me this far. Another crucial aspect of celebrating small victories was sharing my successes with others. Talking about my progress with supportive friends, family, and mentors provided me with encouragement, validation, and accountability. Sharing these moments of triumph helped me to solidify them, to internalize them and claim them as my own. It also fostered a sense of community and connection, reinforcing the belief that I wasn't alone on this journey. It's crucial to note that celebrating small victories doesn't diminish the significance of the larger challenges ahead. It doesn't erase the pain or suffering I've experienced. Instead, it provides a framework for navigating those challenges, a source of strength and resilience in the face of adversity. It's about recognizing that healing is not linear, that setbacks are inevitable, but that progress, however incremental, is still progress. I started utilizing a gratitude journal, a practice that proved surprisingly powerful in bolstering my belief in the importance of celebrating small victories. Every evening, I'd write down 3 things I was grateful for, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Sometimes it was the warmth of the sun on my face, other times it was a kind word from a stranger, or the simple comfort of a warm bed. These small things, often overlooked in the hustle and bustle of daily life, became powerful reminders of the positive aspects of my existence. They helped shift my perspective, fostering a sense of appreciation and contentment that counteracted the negativity that often threatened to overwhelm me. Moreover, I found that celebrating my small victories motivated me to set new goals and strive for continued improvement. Each accomplishment, however small, instilled a sense of confidence and self-efficacy, fueling my desire to reach even greater heights. This positive feedback loop propelled me forward, creating a cycle of achievement and self-reinforcement. The power of celebrating small victories extends far beyond personal healing. It's a valuable tool for anyone striving to achieve their goals, regardless of the field or endeavor. It's about recognizing the inherent value of each step taken, no matter how seemingly insignificant. It's about appreciating the journey as much as the destination. It's about cultivating a mindset of gratitude and self-compassion. For those still struggling with their own battles, I offer this advice: start small. Focus on the immediate, achievable goals. Don't try to tackle everything at once. Celebrate each small win, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Journal your progress. Share your successes with others. And most importantly, be kind to yourself. Remember that the journey of healing is a marathon, not a sprint, and that every step, no matter how small, brings you closer to your destination. The journey toward healing isn't a linear path. There will be days when setbacks occur, when the old patterns of self-doubt and negativity resurface. On those days, remember the small victories, the progress you've made. Use them as a source of strength, as a reminder that you are capable of overcoming challenges, and that even in the darkest moments, there is always a light to be found, if you're willing to look for it. And remember, you are worthy of your own compassion. You deserve to celebrate your victories, no matter how small. Give yourself that gift, and watch your life transform. Because even the smallest of victories can be the foundation upon which a life of purpose, joy and fulfillment is built. Living a life of purpose wasn't a sudden epiphany, it was a gradual unfolding, a slow and steady blossoming of my understanding of what truly mattered. It wasn't about chasing wealth or fame, though those things had once seemed like the ultimate goals. It was about aligning my actions with my values, about using my experiences, the pain, the struggle, the triumphs, to make a positive impact on the world. This realization emerged slowly, a culmination of years of self-reflection, spiritual growth, and practical experience. My work as a life coach, for example, wouldn't have been possible without the crucible of my past. The young men and women I work with, many of whom grapple with similar challenges to those I faced, find solace and hope in my story. My lived experience allows me to connect with them on a level that theoretical knowledge simply can't match. I understand the nuances of their struggles, the insidious whispers of self-doubt, and the paralyzing grip of despair. I can offer them not only guidance and support but also a living testament to the possibility of healing, growth, and redemption. This work isn't always easy. There are days when I'm emotionally drained, when the weight of others' struggles feels almost too heavy to bear. But these moments are tempered by the profound satisfaction of witnessing transformation in the lives of my clients. The joy of seeing someone overcome their adversity, of watching them discover their own strength and potential, is a reward beyond measure. It's a powerful reminder of the purpose that guides my life, to help others navigate the darkness and find their own path toward the light. My content creation, too, is deeply rooted in my commitment to living a life of purpose. Through my writing and videos, I strive to share my story with a wider audience, to offer hope and inspiration to those who feel lost or broken. I aim to challenge the stigma surrounding mental health issues, to promote self-compassion and understanding, and to encourage open and honest conversations about the challenges of life. My goal isn't simply to entertain but to empower, to inspire, and to make a real difference in the world. The feedback I receive, the stories shared by others who find strength in my journey, is incredibly moving and continuously fuels my commitment to this aspect of my purpose. My life now is a far cry from the tumultuous years of my youth. The uncertainty and instability that once defined my existence have been replaced by a sense of grounding, purpose, and peace. But this peace isn't the absence of struggle, it's the ability to navigate challenges with resilience and faith. I've learned to embrace imperfection, to accept the inevitable setbacks that life throws our way, and to see them not as failures but as opportunities for growth and learning. It's important to acknowledge that even now, the battle against mental health challenges continues. Bipolar disorder and ADHD aren't conditions that simply disappear, they're integral parts of my life, requiring ongoing management and self-care. But I've learned to integrate these aspects of myself, to see them not as weaknesses but as facets of my unique personality. This acceptance has been key to building a life of purpose that is both authentic and fulfilling. My routines, therapies and medication are not just treatments, they are essential elements of self-preservation and enabling me to live this meaningful life. My life is a daily reminder that the journey of self-improvement and fulfillment is ongoing, a process of continuous learning and growth. My future aspirations are not about accumulating more achievements, they are about deepening my commitment to purpose-driven living. I envision continuing my work as a life coach, expanding my reach and impact. I'd like to establish workshops and retreats for young adults navigating similar life challenges, providing a safe and supportive space for them to connect, learn, and grow. I envision creating more content that resonates deeply with my audience, offering continued support, guidance and inspiration. Beyond my professional aspirations, I see my future as being intimately connected with community engagement and service. I want to dedicate time and energy to supporting organizations that assist at-risk youth, working to ensure that others have the opportunity to escape cycles of poverty and trauma. This isn't just a matter of giving back, it's about contributing to the betterment of society, about using my platform to create positive change on a wider scale. I firmly believe that each one of us has the capacity to contribute to the greater good, and I want to leverage my experiences, skills and platform to assist. This sense of purpose extends to my personal life as well. I strive to cultivate meaningful relationships, nurturing bonds based on mutual respect, love, and understanding. These relationships provide a source of strength and support, enriching my life in profound ways. They are the bedrock upon which my ability to give back is anchored. I draw strength from my family and close friends to support this aspect of my purpose. They understand the significance of my work, the reason it consumes so much of my energy and focus, and they are instrumental in my continued pursuit of a meaningful life. The path toward living a life of purpose is not always straightforward. There are obstacles and challenges to overcome. But it's a path that is deeply rewarding and endlessly fulfilling. It's about recognizing your gifts, your unique skills and passions, and using them to make a positive impact on the world. It's about aligning your actions with your values, about living a life that is both authentic and meaningful. It's about embracing the struggles and celebrating the small victories along the way. A crucial component of living a life of purpose involves fostering gratitude. Each day, I strive to appreciate the blessings in my life, the opportunities I've been given, and the people who support me. This practice helps to keep my perspective grounded, preventing me from getting bogged down in the challenges or overwhelmed by the enormity of my aspirations. This gratitude, combined with humility, helps me maintain a balanced perspective. I recognize that I'm not perfect, that I still struggle with things, and that my progress is a journey, not a destination. This awareness allows me to continue growing, and to stay connected to the reason I strive for: purpose, service, and meaning. Living a life of purpose also involves self-compassion. This means acknowledging my shortcomings without self-judgment, recognizing my strengths without arrogance, and treating myself with the same kindness and understanding that I offer to others. This self-compassion is the foundation of my personal and professional work. It gives me resilience and the emotional capacity to continue pursuing a life that is meaningful and makes a positive impact on others. This journey of purpose is not something that has a clear ending. It is a continuous process of growth, learning and contribution. I expect my life's purpose to evolve as I mature, grow and learn from life's experiences. This ongoing evolution is crucial to avoid stagnation and helps me stay passionate about the journey. The changes in my direction and focus will always be driven by my commitment to service, and will always come back to that central core value. My story is a testament to the transformative power of faith, resilience, and the unwavering belief in the possibility of a better future. It's a story that speaks to the human spirit's capacity for healing, growth, and the creation of a purposeful and meaningful existence. And it's a story that I hope will inspire others to embark on their own journeys toward a life driven by purpose, compassion and hope. For it is in these pursuits that we find true fulfillment and lasting joy. Chapter 10. Practical Strategies for Recovery. Building a robust support network wasn't something that magically appeared in my life. It was painstakingly constructed, brick by brick, through conscious effort and vulnerability. My past had left me deeply isolated, distrustful of others, and convinced that I was fundamentally alone in my struggles. Overcoming this ingrained sense of isolation was a monumental task, requiring a significant shift in my mindset and a willingness to reach out, despite the fear of rejection. It began with small steps, hesitant gestures of connection that gradually blossomed into meaningful relationships that became my anchors during life's storms. The first step involved acknowledging my own limitations and admitting that I couldn't, and shouldn't, do this alone. For years, I'd stubbornly carried the weight of my problems, believing that showing vulnerability was a sign of weakness. This belief stemmed from my childhood experiences, where expressing emotions often led to more pain. But as I began my journey toward healing, I realized that this perception was a self-imposed prison. True strength, I discovered, lies not in concealing our struggles, but in openly acknowledging them and seeking help. This realization led me to seek professional help. Therapy became an invaluable tool, providing me with a safe space to process my trauma, unpack my past, and develop coping mechanisms for managing my bipolar disorder and ADHD. My therapist wasn't a magic wand, instantly erasing my problems. She was a guide, helping me navigate the complexities of my mind and providing me with the tools to manage my mental health. This professional support formed the bedrock of my recovery, providing a consistent and reliable source of support during particularly challenging times. Beyond professional help, I began to cautiously rebuild relationships with family members. This process was far from easy. Years of strained relationships, fueled by my past behaviors and their own struggles, had created deep chasms of mistrust. The healing process required significant patience, understanding, and a willingness to communicate openly and honestly about my struggles and my progress. It meant apologizing for past hurts, accepting responsibility for my actions, and actively working to rebuild broken bridges. This was a slow, often painful, process, but the rewards of reconnecting with my family were immeasurable. Their support, though sometimes tentative at first, eventually became a vital source of strength and encouragement. Building friendships also played a crucial role in my recovery. Initially, this proved challenging. My past had left me wary of forming close bonds. The fear of betrayal, of being hurt again, loomed large. However, through attending church and engaging in community activities, I began to meet people who shared my values and offered me unconditional acceptance. These individuals didn't shy away from my struggles. Instead, they offered compassion, understanding, and unwavering support. These friendships became havens of safety and encouragement, providing a sense of belonging and connection that I had craved for so long. It's important to note that building a support network is not a passive process. It requires conscious effort and consistent engagement. It's about actively nurturing relationships, communicating openly and honestly, and being willing to both receive and offer support. This means investing time and energy in nurturing those relationships, communicating regularly, celebrating victories together, and offering unwavering support during times of difficulty. It involves setting healthy boundaries, recognizing that some relationships may not be healthy or supportive, and having the courage to let go of those that are toxic. Furthermore, maintaining a support network requires ongoing effort. Life inevitably throws curveballs, unexpected challenges, setbacks, and changes. During such times, the strength of your support network will be tested. It's during these moments that open communication and vulnerability become even more crucial. Sharing our struggles with those we trust can provide comfort, guidance, and strength to navigate challenging circumstances. Likewise, offering support to others in our network strengthens those bonds and fosters a sense of mutual understanding and compassion. My support network also extends beyond my immediate circle of family and friends. I actively participate in various community organizations, working with at-risk youth and offering mentorship and guidance. These interactions have broadened my perspective, providing me with a sense of purpose and fulfillment beyond my personal journey. The connections forged through community involvement have enriched my life, providing a broader sense of belonging and connection. In addition to these aspects, I've learned the importance of self-care in maintaining a healthy and supportive network. This isn't just about pampering myself, it's about prioritizing activities that nourish my physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Regular exercise, meditation, and healthy eating habits have been instrumental in maintaining a balanced outlook, equipping me with the emotional resilience necessary to navigate challenging situations and effectively engage with my support network. Neglecting self-care would lead to depletion, reducing my capacity to offer support to others and making me more susceptible to emotional burnout. Another essential element in cultivating a strong support system is the practice of forgiveness. Forgiving myself for past mistakes and forgiving others for their transgressions has been a pivotal step in my journey. Holding on to resentment and anger only serves to create barriers and hinder the healing process. Forgiveness isn't about condoning harmful actions, it's about releasing the emotional weight of anger and resentment and freeing myself to move forward. It allows for a more genuine and healthy connection with others, creating an atmosphere of trust and mutual respect. Building a strong support network isn't just about surrounding ourselves with people, it's about cultivating genuine connections characterized by mutual respect, compassion, and understanding. It's about being willing to be vulnerable, to share our struggles, and to accept support from others. It's a continuous process, requiring ongoing effort, communication, and a willingness to adapt to changing circumstances. It's about building a foundation of trust and mutual care, which is essential for navigating life's inevitable ups and downs. It's this network that has provided me with the strength, resilience, and hope to overcome adversity, and it's this network that I encourage others to build for themselves. My journey is a testament to the transformative power of community, support, and the incredible resilience of the human spirit when nurtured by genuine connections. This network is not a luxury, it's an essential element for sustained growth, healing, and a meaningful life. It is a crucial investment in oneself and one's future well-being. Seeking professional help wasn't a decision I arrived at lightly. For years, I'd stubbornly believed I could handle everything myself, a belief rooted in a deep-seated fear of vulnerability and a childhood where asking for help often felt like a sign of weakness, leading to further isolation and pain. The image of the strong, self-reliant individual was deeply ingrained in my psyche, a defense mechanism against a world that had repeatedly shown itself to be unpredictable and unkind. However, as the weight of my past traumas, coupled with the debilitating symptoms of my bipolar disorder and ADHD, began to overwhelm me, the cracks in my carefully constructed facade of independence started to appear. The constant internal turmoil, the unpredictable emotional swings, the overwhelming sense of chaos, it all became too much to bear alone. I reached a point where the sheer exhaustion of battling my inner demons overshadowed everything else in my life. The constant struggle to maintain even a semblance of normalcy became an almost insurmountable burden. The decision to seek professional help was a turning point, a conscious choice to surrender my pride and embrace vulnerability. It wasn't a simple act, it involved confronting deeply ingrained fears, challenging deeply held beliefs about strength and weakness, and admitting that I was, in fact, not invincible. It was a humbling experience, a recognition of my limitations and a courageous step toward healing. The first appointment felt surreal. I remember feeling a mixture of apprehension, anticipation, and a strange sense of relief, a feeling that perhaps there was a way out of the darkness I had inhabited for so long. My initial sessions with my therapist were challenging. It was difficult to articulate the complex tapestry of emotions and experiences that had shaped me. Years of suppressing my feelings had built up a wall of emotional defenses, making it challenging to open up and share my deepest vulnerabilities. There were moments of intense emotion, tears, anger, and even frustration at the seemingly endless cycle of my struggles. But gradually, as trust blossomed between us, I began to unpack my past, to confront the traumas that had shaped my worldview and fueled my self-destructive behaviors. My therapist, a kind and compassionate woman with a wealth of experience, provided a safe and non-judgmental space for me to explore my thoughts and feelings without fear of condemnation. She didn't offer easy answers or quick fixes. Instead, she guided me through the process of self-discovery, helping me to understand the root causes of my struggles and develop healthy coping mechanisms. She helped me to see patterns in my behavior, to recognize triggers that led to emotional instability, and to develop strategies for managing my symptoms. One of the most significant breakthroughs in therapy came through exploring my childhood. We delved into the specifics of my upbringing, dissecting the events that had contributed to my sense of insecurity and instability. The process was painful at times, bringing back memories I had tried to bury deep within my subconscious. But confronting these memories, processing them in a safe and supportive environment, allowed me to understand the impact they had had on my life and begin to heal from the wounds they had inflicted. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, was a particularly useful tool in my recovery. We worked together to identify and challenge negative thought patterns and replace them with more positive and realistic ones. This involved becoming more mindful of my internal dialogue and learning to question the validity of my often self-deprecating and critical inner voice. It was a slow and gradual process, but over time, I learned to challenge my negative thoughts and replace them with more constructive ones, leading to a significant improvement in my overall mood and outlook. My therapist also helped me develop strategies for managing the symptoms of my bipolar disorder and ADHD. We explored various coping mechanisms, including mindfulness techniques, stress reduction strategies, and lifestyle adjustments. We discussed the importance of regular sleep, a balanced diet, and regular exercise, all of which played a significant role in stabilizing my mood and improving my overall mental health. She provided me with tools and techniques for managing impulsive behaviors and improving my focus and concentration. Beyond therapy, I also sought professional psychiatric help. Medication proved to be an essential part of my recovery journey. Finding the right medication and the right dosage took time and patience. There were periods of trial and error, adjustments, and setbacks, but ultimately, the medication provided much-needed stability, helping to regulate my mood swings and improve my overall functioning. It didn't magically erase my problems, but it created a foundation of stability that allowed me to engage more effectively in therapy and other recovery efforts. The combination of therapy and psychiatric care proved to be incredibly effective. The therapy provided the framework for understanding and processing my emotions and developing healthy coping mechanisms, while the medication helped to stabilize my mood and reduce the intensity of my symptoms. It was a holistic approach that addressed both the emotional and biological aspects of my mental health. This integrated approach provided the groundwork for my ongoing recovery and allowed me to build a more resilient and stable foundation for my life. The path to recovery wasn't a straight line. There were setbacks, moments of doubt, and times when I questioned whether I was making progress. There were days when the weight of my past felt insurmountable, when the darkness threatened to engulf me again. But through perseverance, continued therapy and medication adjustments, and a strong support network, I persevered. I learned that recovery is a journey, not a destination, a process of continuous growth and self-discovery. It requires courage, perseverance, and a willingness to embrace vulnerability, to ask for help when needed, and to never give up hope. Seeking professional help was one of the most courageous and important decisions I ever made. It was the cornerstone of my journey from despair to hope, a testament to the power of self-awareness, professional guidance, and the unwavering human spirit's capacity for healing. The journey wasn't easy, but it was, and continues to be, worth it. It's a journey I encourage everyone facing similar challenges to embark on, understanding that healing is possible and a fulfilling life is within reach. Developing effective coping mechanisms wasn't a sudden revelation. It was a gradual process of trial and error, guided by my therapist and fueled by my own relentless pursuit of inner peace. Early attempts often involved unhealthy strategies, escapism through drugs and alcohol, reckless behavior, and isolating myself from the world. These methods, while providing temporary relief, ultimately exacerbated my problems, leaving me in a deeper pit of despair than before. Recognizing this crucial point was a major turning point in my recovery. I had to replace these destructive coping methods with healthier, more sustainable alternatives. One of the first healthy coping mechanisms I embraced was mindfulness meditation. Initially, I found it incredibly challenging. My mind, accustomed to a constant barrage of chaotic thoughts and racing anxieties, resisted the stillness. The quiet was deafening, and the silence felt unnerving. But I persevered. I started with just 5 minutes a day, focusing on my breath, noticing the sensations in my body, and gently acknowledging any thoughts that arose without judgment. Gradually, I increased the duration of my meditations, and over time, I noticed a significant shift in my mental state. The constant internal chatter began to quiet down, replaced by a growing sense of calm and inner peace. Mindfulness taught me to observe my thoughts and emotions without being swept away by them. It helped me create a space between stimulus and response, giving me time to choose my reaction instead of reacting impulsively. In addition to mindfulness meditation, I incorporated regular exercise into my routine. Physical activity became a crucial outlet for pent-up energy and frustration. Initially, I opted for short walks, gradually increasing the intensity and duration of my workouts. I discovered the power of endorphins and the positive impact physical activity had on my mood and overall well-being. Exercise wasn't just about physical fitness, it was a form of self-care, a way to reconnect with my body and release the tension that had accumulated over the years. The feeling of accomplishment after a challenging workout proved remarkably therapeutic. It was a tangible reminder of my strength and resilience, a stark contrast to the feelings of helplessness and despair that had plagued me for so long. Another essential coping mechanism was journaling. I started writing regularly, pouring my thoughts and feelings onto paper without censorship or judgment. Journaling became a safe space to explore my emotions, process my experiences, and track my progress. It helped me identify patterns in my behavior, recognize triggers that led to emotional instability, and develop strategies for managing my symptoms. The act of writing itself was therapeutic. It was a way to externalize my internal turmoil, giving voice to the silent struggles that had haunted me for years. Reviewing my journal entries over time also allowed me to see how far I had come, reminding me of my progress and encouraging me to continue on my healing journey. Developing a strong support network was also critical to my recovery. For years, I had isolated myself, believing that my struggles were too shameful to share. But as I began to heal, I recognized the importance of connection and community. I started building relationships with people who understood my struggles and offered unconditional support. This included my therapist, my psychiatrist, members of my church community, and close friends who stood by me through thick and thin. These relationships provided a sense of belonging and acceptance, reminding me that I was not alone in my journey. Having people to lean on during challenging times provided invaluable emotional support and encouragement. The shared experiences and mutual understanding fostered within these relationships were essential to my recovery. Alongside these strategies, I focused on cultivating positive habits. This included prioritizing sleep, maintaining a healthy diet, and practicing gratitude. Getting sufficient sleep became a top priority, as I learned that lack of sleep exacerbated my symptoms. I established a consistent sleep schedule and created a relaxing bedtime routine. I also made conscious efforts to eat nutritious foods, avoiding processed foods and excessive sugar. This improved my overall energy levels and mental clarity. Practicing gratitude involved taking time each day to reflect on the positive aspects of my life, however small they might seem. This practice helped shift my focus from negative thoughts to positive affirmations, improving my overall outlook and mood. Another technique that proved invaluable was cognitive restructuring. This involved identifying and challenging negative thought patterns and replacing them with more positive and realistic ones. My therapist taught me how to question the validity of my self-critical inner voice. We worked together to identify cognitive distortions, mental errors in thinking that lead to negative emotions and behaviors, and to replace them with more balanced and rational thoughts. This was a challenging but rewarding process. It required conscious effort and consistent practice, but over time, I learned to recognize and challenge negative thought patterns before they could negatively impact my mood and behavior. This, in turn, greatly reduced my anxiety and improved my self-esteem. Learning to manage impulsive behaviors was a significant part of my recovery. Impulsivity had often been a major obstacle, leading to regrettable actions and exacerbating my mental health challenges. Through therapy, I learned to identify my triggers and develop strategies for managing impulsive urges. This involved practicing mindfulness, engaging in calming activities, and seeking support from my support network when feeling overwhelmed. I also learned to delay gratification, giving myself time to think through my actions before acting impulsively. This conscious effort to control my impulses significantly improved my decision-making abilities and overall quality of life. Importantly, I also found immense healing in my faith. My connection with God provided me with a sense of purpose, hope, and unconditional love. Prayer became a source of comfort and strength during difficult times. It allowed me to connect with something larger than myself, reminding me that I was not alone in my struggles. My faith provided a framework for understanding my life's experiences, giving me perspective and a sense of meaning that transcended my personal challenges. It also provided a strong foundation for forgiveness, both of myself and of others who had contributed to my pain. This forgiveness was vital to my healing process, allowing me to release resentment and move forward with my life. Finally, celebrating small victories became an important part of my journey. I learned to acknowledge and appreciate every step forward, no matter how small. Every day I woke up and chose to fight for my well-being was a victory. Every challenging situation I navigated was a victory. Every healthy coping mechanism I successfully implemented was a victory. This constant acknowledgement of my progress helped me stay motivated and focused on my recovery journey. It served as a potent reminder that progress, however incremental, is progress nonetheless. It was a testament to my resilience and a powerful catalyst for continued growth. The journey of developing healthy coping mechanisms is ongoing, a lifelong process of self-discovery, continuous learning, and adaptation. But the tools and techniques I've developed have equipped me to navigate life's inevitable challenges with grace, resilience, and a deep-seated sense of inner peace. My story is a testament to the transformative power of self-awareness, perseverance, and faith. Setting realistic goals wasn't something that came naturally to me. My past was filled with grand, often unattainable, schemes, fueled by impulsivity and a desperate need to prove myself. I'd jump into projects with reckless abandon, only to burn out or become overwhelmed, leading to a cycle of disappointment and self-recrimination. The concept of breaking down large aspirations into smaller, manageable steps felt foreign and almost insulting. Why bother with baby steps when I craved a giant leap forward? This was a significant hurdle I had to overcome in my recovery. My therapist, a wise and patient woman, helped me understand the importance of gradual progress. She explained that setting unrealistic goals often leads to frustration and failure, ultimately hindering rather than advancing my healing journey. Instead, she encouraged me to focus on small, achievable targets, celebrating each milestone along the way. This approach, she emphasized, was not about lowering my ambitions but about creating a sustainable path towards their realization. Initially, I resisted. The idea of scaling back felt like settling, like accepting defeat before the battle even began. But as we explored the concept further, I began to appreciate its inherent wisdom. She used the analogy of climbing a mountain. Trying to reach the summit in one massive leap is not only physically impossible but also incredibly dangerous. A more prudent approach, she explained, is to break the climb into smaller segments, focusing on conquering one section at a time. Each conquered section, each successfully scaled incline, becomes a source of encouragement and motivation to continue the climb. We began by identifying one area of my life where I wanted to make positive change. Given my past struggles with impulsivity and substance abuse, we decided to tackle my sleep hygiene. Instead of aiming for a perfect 8 hours of sleep every night, a goal I'd often failed to achieve in the past, we started with a more modest goal, going to bed and waking up at the same time each day, even on weekends. This seemingly small change was surprisingly difficult. My internal clock, disrupted by years of erratic sleep patterns, resisted the regularity. But I persisted. I set an alarm for bedtime and a wake-up alarm, creating a consistent sleep schedule. The first few nights were challenging. My mind would race, resisting the imposed structure. I'd toss and turn, fighting sleep, but I persevered. I reminded myself that even a slight improvement was a step in the right direction. I also incorporated relaxation techniques such as deep breathing exercises and meditation before bed. Slowly, gradually, my body began to adjust to the new routine. I started sleeping more consistently, experiencing significant improvements in my mood, energy levels, and overall cognitive function. This small victory, achieving consistent sleep, was immensely validating. It fueled my motivation to tackle other areas of my life. Next, we focused on my diet. Instead of embarking on a drastic, restrictive diet, we implemented small, incremental changes. I started by replacing one sugary drink a day with water. Then, I added a serving of fruits and vegetables to my daily meals. Each small change was a step towards a healthier lifestyle. I tracked my progress using a simple journal, recording what I ate and how I felt. This allowed me to see the direct correlation between my diet and my overall well-being. Celebrating these modest victories, a week of consistent water drinking, a successful week of incorporating vegetables, helped me maintain motivation and reinforced positive habits. The same principle applied to my academic pursuits. My goal was to earn a degree in business entrepreneurship. Rather than being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work, I divided my academic journey into smaller segments, completing one chapter of a textbook at a time, mastering one concept before moving to the next, and achieving a good grade on one assignment before focusing on the next. Each completed task, each successfully navigated exam, boosted my self-confidence and motivated me to continue. This process extended beyond my personal and academic life. I began setting realistic goals in my community outreach work. Instead of aiming to solve all the problems of the troubled youth in my city overnight, I started small, organizing a basketball game for a small group of kids. Then I moved on to mentoring one struggling student. These small acts of service, while seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of things, provided a sense of purpose and accomplishment. They were tangible reminders of my ability to make a positive impact. Moreover, I learned the power of self-compassion. There were days when I failed to meet my goals. I missed a workout, skipped my meditation, or consumed unhealthy food. In the past, these setbacks would have spiraled into self-criticism and despair, fueling my self-destructive tendencies. But now, I learned to approach such failures with kindness and understanding. I acknowledged my imperfections without judgment, reminding myself that setbacks are a normal part of the growth process. Instead of dwelling on my failures, I focused on learning from my mistakes and adjusting my approach accordingly. Celebrating my small victories was essential to this process. I started a gratitude journal, recording each small success, no matter how insignificant it might seem. This simple act reinforced the positive changes I was making in my life. Sharing my successes with my support network, my therapist, my friends, and my family, amplified their significance and reinforced my commitment to continued progress. Their encouragement helped me stay focused on my goals, even during challenging times. The journey to recovery wasn't a straight line, it was filled with ups and downs, setbacks and breakthroughs. But by setting realistic goals, celebrating small victories, and practicing self-compassion, I learned to navigate these challenges with increased resilience and renewed hope. The path to recovery is a marathon, not a sprint. And the journey itself, the process of continuous growth, self-discovery, and transformation, is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The experience of consistently achieving smaller goals, however seemingly insignificant, fostered a sense of self-efficacy and fueled my determination to continue striving for a better future. This sense of accomplishment is essential to maintaining momentum and sustained progress, making it easier to face the inevitable challenges that life throws our way. It's the foundation for building lasting, sustainable change, one small victory at a time. Practicing self-care became less of a philosophical concept and more of a survival necessity. For years, my life had been a whirlwind of impulsive decisions and reckless abandon, fueled by untreated mental health issues and a deep-seated sense of insecurity. My body and mind had paid the price. I was physically exhausted, emotionally drained, and mentally frayed. The idea of nurturing myself, of prioritizing my well-being, seemed selfish, even indulgent. After all, I had spent so much time focused on everyone else's needs, ignoring my own. However, as I progressed on my journey of recovery, I began to understand that self-care wasn't a luxury, it was a fundamental requirement for sustained growth and healing. It wasn't about pampering or indulging in frivolous activities, it was about actively engaging in practices that nourished my physical, mental, and spiritual health. It was about treating myself with the same kindness and compassion I would offer a friend struggling with similar challenges. The first step was recognizing the interconnectedness of my physical and mental health. Neglecting one inevitably affected the other. Years of substance abuse, poor diet, and erratic sleep patterns had taken their toll. I felt perpetually fatigued, my mood fluctuated wildly, and my concentration was shot. Tackling these issues became a priority. I started with the basics: sleep. Establishing a consistent sleep schedule, as I had already detailed, was transformative. But it was more than just setting an alarm, it was about creating a relaxing bedtime routine. I started taking warm baths before bed, listening to calming music, and avoiding screens an hour before sleep. These seemingly small changes had a profound impact on the quality of my sleep. Diet was another crucial area. I wasn't aiming for perfection, but for mindful choices. I began reading food labels, paying attention to portion sizes, and prioritizing whole, unprocessed foods. I drastically reduced my sugar intake, replacing sugary drinks with water and opting for fruits instead of processed snacks. This wasn't about deprivation, it was about fueling my body with the nutrients it needed to function optimally. Exercise, initially a daunting task, became a source of both physical and mental strength. I started with short walks, gradually increasing the intensity and duration as my fitness level improved. I discovered the power of endorphins, the natural mood boosters released during exercise. Regular physical activity not only improved my physical health but also enhanced my mental clarity and reduced my anxiety. It was a crucial component in stabilizing my mood and reducing the intensity of my bipolar episodes. Beyond the physical, I focused on nurturing my mental and emotional well-being. Therapy remained a cornerstone of my recovery. My sessions provided a safe space to process my emotions, confront my past traumas, and develop coping mechanisms for future challenges. I learned to identify my triggers and develop healthy responses to stressful situations. The therapeutic relationship was incredibly valuable, offering me unwavering support and guidance as I navigated the complexities of my mental health. Meditation became another invaluable tool. Initially, I struggled with the stillness, my mind racing with thoughts and anxieties. But with practice, I learned to quiet the noise and find moments of peace. Even 5 minutes of daily meditation helped me manage stress, improve my focus, and cultivate a sense of inner calm. There are numerous guided meditation apps available, and I found that these were particularly helpful in the beginning, guiding me through the process and helping me to develop a consistent practice. I also found solace in nature, finding that spending time outdoors, even a short walk in a nearby park, was incredibly restorative. Spiritual practices were equally essential. My faith in Jesus Christ provided a strong foundation for my recovery. Prayer, worship, and connecting with my faith community were vital sources of strength, hope, and guidance. These practices grounded me, helping me to find meaning and purpose in my life. The fellowship and support of my faith community were invaluable, providing a sense of belonging and acceptance. I learned to lean on my faith community for support during challenging times, realizing the strength found in shared experiences and collective prayer. Developing healthy coping mechanisms was critical. In the past, I had relied on unhealthy coping mechanisms such as substance abuse and self-harm. Recovery involved consciously replacing these destructive behaviors with healthier alternatives. I learned to express my emotions in healthy ways, such as journaling, painting, or talking to trusted friends and family. I also found engaging in creative pursuits to be highly therapeutic, allowing me to express difficult emotions without resorting to self-destructive behaviors. Building a strong support network was also crucial. I cultivated relationships with people who supported my recovery journey, offering encouragement, accountability, and understanding. This included my therapist, my faith community, and close friends and family who were willing to walk alongside me. This network of support provided a crucial safety net during challenging times, offering reassurance and encouragement when I felt overwhelmed or discouraged. Self-compassion became an essential practice. I learned to treat myself with the same kindness and understanding I would offer a friend struggling with similar challenges. I acknowledged my imperfections without judgment, recognizing that setbacks are a normal part of the healing process. Instead of dwelling on my failures, I focused on learning from my mistakes and adjusting my approach accordingly. This self-compassion allowed me to navigate the inevitable challenges of recovery with increased resilience and renewed hope. One of the most significant changes was learning to set boundaries. For years, I had prioritized everyone else's needs over my own, often neglecting my well-being in the process. Recovery involved learning to say no to requests that drained my energy or compromised my well-being. This was a gradual process, but it became increasingly important as I focused on protecting my mental and emotional health. Setting boundaries allowed me to prioritize my own well-being without feeling guilty or selfish. It was a necessary step in establishing healthy relationships and avoiding burnout. Another essential aspect of self-care was learning to forgive myself for past mistakes. The weight of guilt and shame had been a heavy burden, hindering my progress. Forgiveness was not about condoning my past actions but about releasing the negativity and moving forward with renewed hope. This was a deeply personal and challenging process, but it was an essential step in my recovery. It allowed me to accept my past, learn from my mistakes, and move forward with a renewed sense of self-worth. Finally, celebrating small victories became a vital part of my self-care routine. I started a gratitude journal, recording each small success, no matter how insignificant it might seem. This simple act reinforced the positive changes I was making in my life and boosted my self-esteem. Sharing my successes with my support network amplified their significance and reinforced my commitment to continued progress. Their encouragement helped me stay focused on my goals, even during challenging times. The celebration of these small victories was a crucial element in building momentum and sustaining long-term progress. The journey towards lasting self-care is an ongoing process, not a destination. It requires consistent effort, self-awareness, and a commitment to prioritizing my well-being. But the rewards are immeasurable. Through consistent self-care practices, I've built resilience, improved my mental and physical health, and cultivated a stronger sense of self-worth. This journey has been transformative, not just in terms of my recovery, but also in discovering the strength and capacity for growth within myself. It's a journey I continue to walk, with gratitude and unwavering hope for the future. Chapter 11. Overcoming Obstacles. The road to recovery, as I've learned, isn't a straight line. It's a winding path, full of unexpected twists and turns, uphill climbs, and the occasional valley of despair. Setbacks are inevitable. They're not signs of failure, but rather, opportunities for growth, refinement, and a deeper understanding of our own resilience. The key is not to avoid setbacks, but to navigate them with wisdom, faith, and a renewed commitment to the journey. One of the biggest challenges I faced was the tendency to view setbacks as personal failures. When things didn't go as planned, my immediate reaction was often self-criticism and despair. This negative self-talk would spiral, fueling feelings of inadequacy and hopelessness. I'd beat myself up, focusing on what I hadn't accomplished instead of celebrating the progress I had made. This pattern needed to change. I learned that reframing my perspective was crucial. Instead of viewing setbacks as failures, I began to see them as valuable learning experiences. Each stumble, each fall, offered a chance to reflect, assess, and adjust my approach. This shift in mindset wasn't easy. It required conscious effort and a willingness to challenge my ingrained negative thought patterns. I started practicing gratitude, focusing on the positive aspects of my life, even amidst the challenges. This simple act of shifting my focus helped me to maintain hope and perspective. Another valuable tool was developing a strong support system. Surrounding myself with people who believed in me, who offered encouragement and accountability, was essential during difficult times. My faith community played a vital role, providing unwavering support and prayer. Friends and family who understood my struggles offered a listening ear and a much-needed sense of belonging. This support network acted as a buffer against the negative self-talk and despair that often accompanied setbacks. They reminded me of my strengths and helped me to keep moving forward. One of the most significant setbacks I faced involved a relapse into old habits. After months of consistent progress, I found myself slipping back into destructive patterns. It was a painful experience, filled with guilt, shame, and self-doubt. I felt like I had failed myself, my support network, and most importantly, God. The temptation to give up was overwhelming. However, instead of succumbing to despair, I leaned heavily on my support system. I confessed my struggles to my therapist, my pastor, and close friends. Their response was not judgment, but compassion and understanding. They reminded me that setbacks are a normal part of the recovery process, and that my relapse didn't negate the progress I had made. This act of honesty and vulnerability was surprisingly liberating. It reminded me that I wasn't alone in my struggles and that help was available. It was an important lesson in accepting imperfection and seeking help without shame. My therapist helped me to identify the triggers that led to my relapse. We developed strategies for managing these triggers and preventing future setbacks. This involved careful self-monitoring, identifying early warning signs, and developing healthy coping mechanisms. I learned the importance of being proactive, addressing potential triggers before they spiraled into full-blown crises. This proactive approach became a cornerstone of my recovery strategy. In addition to professional support, I renewed my focus on spiritual practices. Prayer, meditation, and Bible study became even more important during this time. Connecting with God provided me with the strength and hope I needed to overcome the obstacles I faced. My faith reminded me of my worth and God's unwavering love, even amidst my imperfections. This renewed spiritual focus helped to restore my sense of purpose and hope, which was crucial in moving beyond the relapse. The relapse also highlighted the importance of self-compassion. I learned to treat myself with the same kindness and understanding I would offer a friend struggling with similar challenges. Instead of dwelling on my failures, I focused on learning from my mistakes and making amends. This self-compassion allowed me to move past the guilt and shame and to focus on moving forward. It was an essential component in my rebuilding process. Another crucial element in navigating setbacks was developing a clear sense of purpose. Knowing why I was fighting for recovery, what I was working toward, gave me the motivation to keep going, even when I stumbled. My desire to help others, to share my story, and to make a positive impact on the lives of young people became a powerful driving force. This sense of purpose provided a beacon of hope during times of despair. It gave my struggles meaning and provided a roadmap for my future. The journey of overcoming adversity isn't a solitary one. It requires support, resilience, and an unwavering belief in the power of transformation. Setbacks are inevitable, but they don't define us. They're opportunities to learn, grow, and strengthen our resolve. By embracing self-compassion, seeking support, and maintaining a clear sense of purpose, we can navigate the inevitable challenges of life with courage, grace, and unwavering hope. It's also crucial to celebrate small victories along the way. Acknowledging and appreciating even the smallest accomplishments helps to build momentum and maintain motivation during difficult times. It is easy to get caught up in the larger goals, but small wins fuel our spirits and remind us that progress is being made, even if it doesn't feel like it at times. This could be something as simple as completing a daily task, maintaining a healthy habit, or making positive connections. Every step, no matter how small, contributes to the overall journey and provides an opportunity for recognition and self-affirmation. These small victories keep us moving forward, building self-esteem, and keeping us motivated to continue striving for our larger goals. One effective technique I've found is to keep a journal dedicated to these small victories. Each entry is a brief acknowledgement of a positive step, a successful coping mechanism used, or a kind word exchanged. This simple practice helps cultivate gratitude and highlights the positive changes that are occurring, even in the face of adversity. It serves as a personal reminder of our progress, helping us maintain momentum and perspective, especially during times of intense struggle. It's a tangible representation of our commitment and serves as a point of reference when self-doubt threatens to overwhelm. Throughout my journey, I've learned that forgiveness plays a vital role in overcoming obstacles. This encompasses self-forgiveness, forgiving others who have caused us harm, and even forgiving circumstances that feel unfair or unjust. Forgiving myself for past mistakes, failures and setbacks has been a particularly transformative aspect of my journey. It wasn't about condoning my actions but about releasing the burden of guilt and shame that prevented me from moving forward. This process took time, effort and guidance from my therapist and faith community, but it has been profoundly liberating. It has allowed me to approach the future with hope and resilience instead of living in the shadow of my past. Forgiving others, those who have wronged me, isn't an easy task either. In some cases, it was necessary to set boundaries for my own safety and well-being, and in others, letting go of resentment and anger freed me from the negative emotions that kept me trapped. This forgiveness doesn't negate the hurt or injustice experienced, but it allows for healing and the creation of space for positive growth and relationships. It frees me from the need for revenge and enables me to move forward with peace and understanding. Finally, forgiving circumstances requires acknowledging that life isn't always fair, and that sometimes things happen that are outside our control. This doesn't mean accepting that injustice is right, but rather, choosing not to allow bitterness and anger to dictate our actions and our happiness. It's about maintaining faith and trusting in a higher power and purpose. It's about finding peace in the acceptance of what cannot be changed and focusing on what can be. This perspective shift has helped me to focus my energy on positive growth and making the most of the opportunities before me. Navigating setbacks requires a multifaceted approach, encompassing self-compassion, forgiveness, a strong support system, a clear sense of purpose and the celebration of small victories. It is a journey of continuous learning, growth, and adaptation. It is not a destination, but a way of life. It is a testament to the human spirit's ability to rise above adversity and discover a greater purpose. Through perseverance and unwavering faith, we can not only overcome obstacles but also emerge stronger, wiser, and more compassionate, better equipped to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The journey from a life consumed by negativity to one filled with hope and purpose wasn't a sudden transformation. It was a gradual process, a constant battle against ingrained negative thought patterns that had taken root over years of hardship. The key to unlocking lasting change lay in learning to reframe those thoughts, to challenge the narratives I had constructed around my failures and perceived inadequacies. This wasn't about simply thinking positive. It was about actively engaging in a cognitive restructuring process, replacing self-defeating beliefs with empowering truths. One of the first steps involved identifying the triggers that fueled my negative thoughts. Certain situations, people, or even internal states could send me spiraling into a vortex of self-doubt and negativity. By meticulously tracking these triggers in a journal, I began to understand the patterns of my thinking. I noticed that loneliness often exacerbated my negative self-talk. Isolation amplified my feelings of inadequacy and worthlessness. Similarly, stressful situations, such as financial pressures or relationship conflicts, could trigger a cascade of negative thoughts, magnifying my perceived failures. Once I understood the triggers, I could develop strategies to manage them. This involved developing coping mechanisms, proactive actions to mitigate potential stressful situations, and building a stronger support system. For example, knowing that loneliness was a potent trigger prompted me to actively seek out social interaction and build connections with my faith community and trusted friends. This proactive approach helped me avoid isolation and the negative self-talk it often engendered. Equally crucial was learning to challenge my negative thoughts directly. Instead of accepting them as immutable truths, I began to question their validity. When a negative thought crept into my mind, I'd ask myself, is this thought really true? Is there another way to look at this situation? This simple questioning technique helped me to identify the underlying assumptions and biases fueling my negative thoughts. Often, my negative thoughts were rooted in unrealistic expectations. I held myself to impossibly high standards, comparing myself to others and focusing on my shortcomings rather than my accomplishments. This constant self-criticism was incredibly damaging. Reframing this involved setting realistic goals, celebrating small victories, and practicing self-compassion. I learned to focus on progress, not perfection, and to acknowledge my strengths and accomplishments rather than dwelling on my perceived failures. Instead of saying, "I failed that test," I would reframe it as, "I didn't perform as well as I had hoped, but I will study harder next time. This slight shift in perspective significantly reduced the negativity associated with the failure. Another effective technique was to practice cognitive reframing, actively replacing negative thoughts with more positive and realistic ones. For instance, if I found myself thinking, "I'm a failure," I'd consciously challenge that thought by listing my accomplishments, both large and small. This might include completing a difficult task at work, maintaining a healthy habit for a week, or simply showing kindness to someone in need. These positive affirmations, regularly revisited, helped to counter the negativity and build self-esteem. The power of positive self-talk cannot be overstated. It's not about denying reality or pretending everything is perfect, it's about cultivating a more compassionate and encouraging internal dialogue. Instead of focusing on my shortcomings, I began to emphasize my strengths and potentials. I learned to celebrate my resilience, my perseverance, and my capacity for growth. This positive self-talk helped to build my confidence and create a more positive emotional landscape. My faith played a vital role in this process of reframing negative thoughts. The unwavering love and grace of God provided a powerful anchor during challenging times. Knowing that I was unconditionally loved and accepted, despite my imperfections, helped me to cultivate self-compassion and forgive myself for my past mistakes. My faith reminded me of my inherent worth and value, regardless of my circumstances. Prayer became an invaluable tool for managing negative thoughts. Through prayer, I could express my struggles, anxieties, and fears to God, seeking guidance, strength, and peace. Prayer helped me to surrender my worries and anxieties to a higher power, relieving me of the burden of carrying them alone. It provided a source of comfort, hope, and resilience. Spiritual practices, such as meditation and Bible study, further enhanced this process. Meditation allowed me to quiet my mind and center myself in the present moment. This helped to reduce the intensity of negative thoughts and emotions. Bible study provided inspiration, hope, and guidance from God's Word, reinforcing the positive messages and principles that empowered me to overcome my negative thought patterns. The Scriptures offered solace, direction, and strength. The reframing of negative thoughts wasn't a one-time event, it was an ongoing process, requiring consistent effort, self-awareness, and a commitment to personal growth. There were times when negative thoughts resurfaced, testing my resilience. However, through persistent application of these techniques, I gradually learned to manage my negative thought patterns, replacing them with more positive, realistic, and empowering ones. The result was a significant improvement in my mental health, emotional well-being, and overall quality of life. It wasn't easy, but the rewards were immeasurable. This transformative journey highlights the power of intentionality, perseverance, and faith in overcoming adversity. The struggle is real, but so is the potential for profound healing and transformation. Overcoming negative thoughts wasn't solely an internal battle, it required a conscious effort to cultivate external factors conducive to positive mental health. This involved nurturing positive relationships, surrounding myself with supportive individuals, and engaging in activities that brought me joy and fulfillment. Spending time with loved ones, particularly my faith community, provided emotional support and encouragement. They reminded me of my strengths, offered a listening ear, and helped me maintain perspective. Engaging in activities that promoted physical and mental well-being also proved beneficial. Regular exercise, healthy eating, and adequate sleep played a crucial role in regulating my mood and energy levels, reducing the likelihood of negative thought patterns taking hold. Hobbies and creative pursuits provided a healthy distraction from stress and negativity, nurturing my sense of purpose and self-worth. These activities weren't simply distractions, they were proactive steps in building resilience. Building a strong support network was paramount. This wasn't simply about having friends, it was about cultivating deep, meaningful connections with people who understood my struggles and offered unwavering support. Sharing my experiences with my therapist, pastor, and close friends provided invaluable emotional release and helped me gain a fresh perspective on my challenges. Their compassion, understanding, and guidance were instrumental in helping me navigate difficult times and maintain my focus on recovery. The journey towards positive mental health is a continuous process, not a destination. There will always be challenges and setbacks, moments when negative thoughts attempt to regain control. However, by developing a toolkit of strategies, self-compassion, positive self-talk, cognitive reframing, supportive relationships, and spiritual practices, I learned to manage these challenges and cultivate a more positive mindset. This isn't about erasing negativity altogether. It's about learning to navigate it with grace, resilience, and an unwavering belief in my capacity for growth. This journey of self-discovery empowered me to transform not only my thinking but also my life. Building a solid foundation of self-esteem wasn't a quick fix. It was a painstaking process of chipping away at the years of self-doubt and negativity. It required a fundamental shift in my perspective, a conscious decision to value myself, flaws and all. This wasn't about becoming narcissistic. It was about recognizing my inherent worth as a child of God, a concept deeply rooted in my faith. One of the most significant hurdles I had to overcome was the pervasive feeling of inadequacy. Years of criticism, both internal and external, had etched a sense of unworthiness into my very being. I constantly compared myself to others, focusing on my perceived shortcomings rather than acknowledging my strengths. This comparison game was a losing battle, constantly fueling feelings of inferiority. To counter this, I started actively challenging these comparisons. I began keeping a gratitude journal, listing daily things I was thankful for, both big and small. This simple act shifted my focus from what I lacked to what I had, fostering a sense of appreciation for my life and blessings. Alongside gratitude, I cultivated self-compassion. I learned to treat myself with the same kindness and understanding I would offer a close friend struggling with similar challenges. This involved acknowledging my imperfections without judgment, recognizing that mistakes are opportunities for growth, and forgiving myself for past errors. Self-compassion wasn't about ignoring my shortcomings. It was about approaching them with empathy and understanding, rather than harsh self-criticism. It was about embracing the messy, imperfect parts of myself. Another critical aspect of building self-esteem was setting realistic goals and celebrating small victories. In my past, I had a tendency to set impossibly high standards, leading to constant disappointment and self-flagellation. I learned to break down large, daunting goals into smaller, more manageable steps. This allowed me to celebrate each milestone, no matter how small, fostering a sense of accomplishment and reinforcing positive self-perception. Each small win fueled my motivation and contributed to a growing sense of self-efficacy. It was about celebrating progress, not just perfection. The power of positive affirmations was also transformative. I started incorporating positive self-talk into my daily routine, repeating affirmations like, I am worthy, I am capable, and, I am loved. Initially, these affirmations felt forced and unnatural, but as I consistently repeated them, they gradually began to seep into my subconscious, shaping my self-perception. This wasn't about denial or pretending everything was perfect. It was about consciously choosing to counter negative thoughts with positive ones. Alongside positive affirmations, I actively engaged in self-care practices. This involved prioritizing activities that nurtured my physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Regular exercise, healthy eating, and adequate sleep became non-negotiable components of my daily routine. These practices not only improved my physical health but also enhanced my mental clarity and emotional resilience, making me more resistant to negative self-talk and more capable of handling stress. I also prioritized activities that brought me joy and fulfillment, such as spending time in nature, reading, and engaging in creative pursuits. These activities weren't mere distractions. They were essential components of my self-care regimen, reinforcing my sense of worth and purpose. Building healthy relationships was another crucial element in my journey to self-esteem. Surrounding myself with positive, supportive individuals who valued and believed in me was instrumental in my recovery. My faith community played a pivotal role in this. The unwavering love and acceptance I experienced within the church provided a powerful antidote to the years of self-doubt and isolation. These individuals, through their words and actions, reinforced my inherent worth, offering encouragement and support during challenging times. These relationships provided a safe space for vulnerability, allowing me to share my struggles without fear of judgment. My therapist also played a significant role in my journey. Through therapy, I gained a deeper understanding of my past traumas and the impact they had on my self-perception. The therapeutic process helped me process my emotional baggage, develop healthy coping mechanisms, and build healthier relationships. Therapy wasn't about fixing me, it was about equipping me with the tools and strategies to navigate my own challenges. My faith journey provided the unwavering bedrock upon which I rebuilt my self-esteem. My relationship with God served as a constant source of strength, love, and unconditional acceptance. Knowing that I was loved and valued by a higher power, regardless of my imperfections, fundamentally altered my self-perception. My faith instilled in me a sense of purpose and belonging, providing a framework for understanding my worth and place in the world. Prayer and meditation became essential tools for connecting with God, fostering a sense of peace, and strengthening my inner resilience. These practices helped quiet the noise of negative self-talk and replace it with a sense of calm and inner peace. The scriptures offered solace, hope, and guidance, helping me to develop a healthier perspective on myself and the world around me. The journey of building self-esteem is ongoing, a continuous process of self-discovery and growth. There will always be challenges and setbacks, times when negative thoughts resurface. However, through consistent application of the strategies outlined above, gratitude, self-compassion, realistic goal setting, positive affirmations, self-care, healthy relationships, and faith, I have learned to manage those challenges and cultivate a stronger sense of self-worth. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the transformative power of faith. This wasn't simply about improving my self-esteem, it was about discovering my true identity, embracing my imperfections, and celebrating my unique worth as a child of God. This process isn't about achieving perfect self-esteem, it's about consistently striving towards it. It's about recognizing that setbacks are inevitable, but they don't define us. It's about learning from our mistakes, forgiving ourselves, and moving forward with renewed determination. It's about embracing the journey, the ups and downs, the triumphs and failures, recognizing that each experience contributes to our growth and understanding of ourselves. My journey has taught me that true self-esteem is not about external validation, it stems from within. It's about recognizing our inherent worth, irrespective of our accomplishments or failures. It's about cultivating a deep sense of self-love and acceptance, embracing our imperfections, and celebrating our strengths. It's about believing in our capacity for growth, resilience, and the unwavering power of faith to overcome any challenge. This journey has transformed my life profoundly, not just in terms of my self-perception but also in my ability to connect with others and make a positive impact on the world. It's a testament to the enduring power of self-belief and the transformative potential of faith. This process is a testament to the fact that even the most troubled past can be transformed into a foundation for a future filled with purpose, meaning, and a deep sense of self-worth. The journey is far from over, but the transformation experienced has been nothing short of life-changing. The ongoing pursuit of self-esteem is a testament to my faith, my resilience, and my commitment to a life of continuous growth and transformation. It's a journey of ongoing self-discovery, a constant unfolding of my potential, and a testament to the restorative power of faith and self-compassion. The foundation of self-esteem I built became a crucial buffer against the relentless waves of stress and anxiety that still crashed over me. My past, the chaotic childhood, the brushes with the law, the internal turmoil, left deep scars, and even with newfound faith and self-acceptance, these old wounds occasionally reopened. Learning to manage stress and anxiety wasn't about erasing these experiences, it was about equipping myself with tools to navigate them effectively. One of the most effective tools I discovered was mindfulness. Before my faith, I was a whirlwind of impulsive action, always reacting instead of responding. Mindfulness taught me to pause, to breathe, and to observe my thoughts and feelings without judgment. It was like learning to surf. Instead of fighting the waves of anxiety, I learned to ride them, observing their power without being swept away. This involved focusing on the present moment, appreciating the small details that often get lost in the rush of daily life, such as the warmth of the sun on my skin, the scent of fresh brewed coffee, or the laughter of a child. Initially, this felt incredibly challenging. My mind raced, jumping from one thought to another, always anticipating the next problem. But through consistent practice, I learned to quiet the noise, to find a sense of calm amidst the chaos. Guided meditation apps were invaluable during these early days. Their soothing voices and structured exercises helped ground me and guide my focus. Another vital aspect of my stress management strategy was cultivating healthy coping mechanisms. In my past, my coping mechanisms had been destructive: drugs, alcohol, and aggression. These were short-term fixes that led to long-term consequences. With the help of my therapist and faith community, I replaced these harmful habits with healthy alternatives. Exercise became my sanctuary. The rhythmic movement of my body helped release pent-up tension and clear my mind. Running became a metaphor for my life. The challenges on the track mirrored the struggles in my life, and the finish line represented the hope of overcoming adversity. This wasn't just about physical fitness. It was about mental and emotional well-being, a way of channeling my energy and releasing the stress that built up within me. I also turned to creative outlets, journaling, painting, and even playing music, to express my emotions and process difficult experiences. These activities allowed me to tap into a different part of myself, a part untouched by the chaos of my past. These were not mere distractions but a purposeful outlet for self-expression and stress reduction. Prayer and meditation, deeply rooted in my faith, became my anchors in times of turbulence. Prayer wasn't about demanding solutions or pleading for relief. It was about connecting with God, surrendering my anxieties, and finding solace in His presence. Meditation allowed me to quiet the incessant chatter of my mind, to find a space of stillness where I could connect with my inner self and find a sense of peace amidst the chaos. These practices weren't quick fixes. They were long-term commitments that required patience, discipline, and a willingness to surrender control. They provided a sense of groundedness and stability amidst the fluctuating emotions and anxieties that still occasionally challenged me. My faith community also played a vital role in my stress management. The unwavering support and understanding I received from fellow believers provided a safe space where I could share my struggles without fear of judgment. Their prayers, encouragement, and practical assistance were invaluable during challenging times. This wasn't merely social support. It was spiritual nourishment, fostering a sense of belonging and connection that strengthened my resilience in the face of adversity. The regular worship services, Bible studies, and fellowship events offered a rhythm to my life, a sense of structure and community that helped me to navigate through periods of high stress and uncertainty. Along with these spiritual practices, I learned the importance of setting boundaries. For years, I had been a people pleaser, constantly trying to meet the expectations of others, often at my own expense. This habit led to burnout and overwhelming stress. Learning to set boundaries, to say no when necessary, was a significant step towards prioritizing my well-being and managing my stress levels. This involved recognizing my own limitations, understanding my emotional capacity, and asserting my needs in a healthy and respectful manner. It was a difficult process, as my ingrained habit of people-pleasing fought back against my newfound self-awareness. But with the support of my therapist and faith community, I learned to set realistic limits, protecting my energy and emotional well-being. Another crucial aspect was learning to forgive. Holding on to resentment and anger only fueled my anxiety and stress. Forgiving myself for past mistakes and forgiving others who had hurt me was a transformative process. This wasn't about condoning their actions. It was about releasing the negativity that was holding me back. It was a gradual process, requiring patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to let go of the pain. It involved confronting the difficult emotions that arose during this process, acknowledging them without judgment, and gradually moving towards a place of peace and acceptance. This was a deeply spiritual journey, facilitated by my faith, providing the necessary grace and strength to release past hurts and move forward with a lighter heart. Finally, I discovered the power of self-care in managing stress and anxiety. This wasn't about indulging in luxury. It was about prioritizing activities that nurtured my physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. This included regular exercise, healthy eating, adequate sleep, and spending time in nature. These practices were essential in maintaining a balanced and healthy lifestyle, making me better equipped to handle stressful situations. I learned to prioritize my needs, understanding that I couldn't pour from an empty cup. Self-care was an act of self-love, a way of acknowledging my inherent worth and investing in my own well-being. It wasn't selfish, it was essential for my overall health and ability to cope with the demands of life. Managing stress and anxiety is an ongoing process, not a destination. There will always be challenges and setbacks. But through faith, mindfulness, healthy coping mechanisms, strong boundaries, forgiveness, and self-care, I have developed the tools to navigate life's storms with greater resilience and peace. The journey continues, but I'm equipped with a toolkit for navigating the inevitable stress and anxiety that life throws my way. It's a journey of continual growth, a testament to the power of faith, resilience, and the enduring human spirit. The tools I developed were not quick fixes. They were long-term strategies that required commitment, patience, and a willingness to embrace the ongoing process of self-discovery and growth. It's a testament to the transformative power of faith and the unwavering resilience of the human spirit. This journey of healing, transformation, and growth has been deeply rewarding, demonstrating the ability to overcome adversity and find peace amidst life's challenges. My journey of overcoming adversity wasn't solely about conquering external obstacles, it was also about mastering my internal landscape. While building self-esteem and managing stress were crucial, I realized the need to cultivate a deeper understanding of myself, my emotions, my reactions, and my impact on others. This realization led me to explore the concept of emotional intelligence, a skill that proved invaluable in navigating the complexities of life and relationships. Emotional intelligence, to me, became synonymous with self-mastery. It wasn't about suppressing or ignoring emotions, but rather about understanding them, accepting them, and utilizing them to my advantage. It involved developing self-awareness, recognizing my own emotions and how they influence my thoughts and behaviors, and emotional regulation, managing my emotions effectively, responding rather than reacting. This, in turn, fostered empathy, allowing me to connect with others on a deeper level and build stronger, more meaningful relationships. My journey into emotional intelligence began with a deep dive into self-awareness. For years, I'd reacted to situations impulsively, driven by the immediate emotions of anger, frustration, or fear. Understanding my triggers was the first step. I began journaling, meticulously documenting my emotional responses to various situations. This process was initially uncomfortable, forcing me to confront uncomfortable truths about myself. I identified patterns in my reactions, noticing how specific situations or interactions triggered specific emotional responses. For example, I realized that criticism, even constructive, could send me into a defensive spiral, triggering past insecurities and feelings of inadequacy. This self-reflection was crucial in understanding my emotional landscape. It wasn't a quick fix, it was a continuous process of introspection and self-discovery. I started paying close attention to my bodily sensations, noting the physical manifestations of my emotions, a racing heart, clenched jaw, or shortness of breath. These physical cues became early warning signs, alerting me to my emotional state before it spiraled out of control. Learning to identify these early warning signals allowed me to intervene before my emotions overwhelmed me, preventing impulsive reactions and fostering a more measured response. This was especially crucial in conflict resolution, as it prevented my reactions from escalating disagreements. Developing self-awareness also involved understanding my strengths and weaknesses. This was a humbling process, as I had to confront areas where I lacked emotional maturity. I was, for instance, prone to impulsive decisions, fueled by immediate emotions rather than careful consideration. Recognizing this allowed me to develop strategies for mitigating this tendency, such as taking a pause before reacting, seeking advice from trusted individuals, and weighing the potential consequences of my actions before making a decision. This wasn't about suppressing my emotions, it was about harnessing their power wisely, channeling them constructively rather than letting them dictate my behavior. Beyond self-awareness, Emotional regulation became a critical component of my growth. This involved learning to manage my emotional responses, shifting from reactive to responsive behavior. Techniques like deep breathing exercises, mindfulness meditation, and progressive muscle relaxation proved invaluable. These practices helped me to calm my nervous system, reducing the intensity of my emotions and enabling me to think more clearly and rationally. Deep breathing, in particular, became a go-to technique during moments of heightened emotion. The simple act of focusing on my breath, slowing it down, and feeling the air fill my lungs grounded me, creating a space of calm amidst the emotional storm. Mindfulness meditation played a similar role, teaching me to observe my thoughts and feelings without judgment. Initially, it was challenging. My mind raced, jumping from one thought to another. But through persistent practice, I learned to quiet the noise, to find a space of stillness where I could observe my emotions without being swept away by them. This involved focusing on the present moment, observing my thoughts and feelings without getting carried away by them. This process of detached observation allowed me to gain perspective on my emotions, reducing their power and enabling me to respond more effectively. Progressive muscle relaxation helped me manage the physical tension that often accompanied my emotional distress. This involved systematically tensing and releasing different muscle groups, releasing the physical manifestations of stress and anxiety. This technique was especially helpful before challenging situations, helping to calm my nerves and prepare me for what lay ahead. It was a physical manifestation of emotional regulation, reminding me of the interconnectedness between my mind and body. Emotional intelligence isn't just about managing my own emotions, it's also about understanding and responding to the emotions of others, empathy. This involved developing my listening skills, actively paying attention to both verbal and nonverbal cues, and putting myself in the shoes of others. It meant resisting the urge to interrupt or offer unsolicited advice, allowing individuals to fully express themselves before responding. This wasn't about agreeing with others' perspectives but about understanding and acknowledging their emotions. Empathy helped me build stronger, more meaningful relationships. It allowed me to connect with others on a deeper level, fostering trust and understanding. I learned to communicate with compassion, acknowledging others' feelings and validating their experiences. This approach transformed my interactions, reducing conflict and fostering collaboration. It also improved my leadership skills, enabling me to motivate and inspire others by understanding and addressing their emotional needs. The journey of developing emotional intelligence is ongoing. It's a process of continuous learning and self-discovery, requiring patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to confront my own shortcomings. However, the rewards are immeasurable. It has transformed my relationships, improved my communication skills, enhanced my leadership capabilities, and most importantly, fostered a deeper sense of self-awareness and emotional well-being. The ability to understand and manage my emotions has not only helped me navigate my personal life but has also profoundly impacted my work as a life coach. I can now better understand and empathize with my clients, providing them with the support and guidance they need to overcome their own challenges. The tools of emotional intelligence have become integral to my journey of faith, reinforcing my belief in the power of self-mastery and the transformative potential of personal growth. It is a journey that requires consistent practice and self-reflection, but the rewards are immeasurable, fostering a more compassionate, empathetic, and ultimately more fulfilling life. The ongoing refinement of this crucial skill continues to shape my interactions and contributes significantly to my ability to support others on their own paths to healing and transformation. It's a testament to the ongoing process of growth and a vital component of my ongoing commitment to personal and spiritual development. Chapter 12. The Power of Community. My journey wasn't just about conquering personal demons, it was about finding my place in the world, a place of belonging and connection. While mastering my internal landscape was crucial, the external support of a strong community proved equally vital in my transformation. The solitude of self-reflection was powerful, but the warmth of genuine connection proved to be the missing piece of the puzzle. It was like finally discovering the other half of a perfectly fitting jigsaw. Before my faith became the cornerstone of my life, I was adrift, surrounded by people yet profoundly alone. The connections I had were often fleeting, transactional, based on shared criminal activities or fleeting mutual interests. These relationships offered a false sense of belonging, a superficial camaraderie built on shared negativity rather than genuine support and understanding. They were connections born of shared darkness, offering little in the way of hope or direction. These pseudo-relationships were parasitic, feeding off my vulnerabilities and anxieties, instead of nurturing my growth. They were relationships that drained rather than replenished me. They were the epitome of toxic relationships. The transition was gradual, a slow awakening to the power of genuine human connection. It started subtly, a kind word from a prison chaplain, a shared meal with a fellow inmate who showed surprising empathy, a simple act of kindness from a volunteer worker. These seemingly small gestures were the first cracks in the wall of isolation I had built around myself. They were the first seeds of hope planted in the barren soil of my past. These were the nascent stages of discovering the life-giving power of authentic human connection. My release from prison wasn't the end of my struggle, it was simply a new beginning. It marked the shift from a life of isolation and hostility to one where I actively sought out genuine connection. The support I received from my church community was monumental. It wasn't just about attending services, it was about becoming a part of a family. These were people who saw beyond my past, who recognized my potential, and who offered unconditional love and support. This was an entirely new level of emotional security and acceptance. It was a validation of my worth and potential that I had never experienced before. It was also a level of community that I had never before witnessed or experienced. Within this supportive community, I found mentorship. Older members of the congregation took me under their wing, guiding me, advising me, and celebrating my achievements along the way. They provided both spiritual and practical support, helping me navigate the complexities of reintegrating into society and building a positive life. They became a substitute for the family I never truly had. This mentorship extended beyond the confines of the church. I started volunteering at a local youth center, working with at-risk teenagers, many of whom were facing similar challenges to the ones I had overcome. This work became deeply personal, as I poured my heart and soul into helping these young people avoid the pitfalls I had fallen into. The shared experiences, the mutual struggles, and the collective fight for a better future forged a sense of community among us. The relationships built here were not just professional, they were deeply personal and meaningful. The act of giving back was also deeply personal. It wasn't just about helping others, it was about finding my place within a larger purpose. It reaffirmed my worth, proving to myself that I was capable of making a difference in the world. It was incredibly therapeutic. It allowed me to process my past trauma in a healthy way, channeling my experiences into a force for good. It was about turning my pain into purpose. This sense of belonging extended beyond the church and the youth center. I joined a men's group, where I found support and encouragement from men who understood the challenges of personal growth and spiritual transformation. These were men who shared similar past struggles, who could empathize with my doubts and fears, and who offered invaluable support in my journey. It was a community of mutual support, understanding, and shared growth. The power of community isn't just about receiving support, it's also about giving back. Participating in community activities and initiatives provided opportunities for building relationships, contributing to something larger than myself, and finding my purpose. I participated in community cleanup days, volunteered at soup kitchens, and joined community initiatives to support those experiencing homelessness. These were invaluable experiences that deepened my relationships within the community and helped shape my perspectives on community welfare, social justice, and self-worth. Over time, I came to understand that true community is not a static entity but rather a dynamic system of reciprocity. It's a give-and-take relationship, where individuals contribute their unique gifts and talents to the collective good. It's an ecosystem of support, a symbiotic relationship where everyone benefits from the strength and resilience of the whole. It's a circle of love and mutual understanding. The importance of community is not just theoretical, it's deeply personal and deeply practical. The unwavering support I received from my faith community and various volunteer opportunities played an integral part in my mental health recovery. The consistent support, understanding, and sense of belonging provided a buffer against the emotional ups and downs associated with my bipolar disorder and ADHD. They offered practical tools, coping mechanisms, and most importantly, empathy. This kind of support helped to significantly reduce the intensity of my symptoms, helping to improve my quality of life. The sense of belonging has been instrumental in managing my mental health. It has provided a safe space to process my emotions, share my struggles, and celebrate my successes. This has been far more effective than any therapy or medication alone. The human element of shared experience and unconditional support has been invaluable. It is a continual process, requiring active participation and commitment, but the benefits are substantial. It's a significant part of my ongoing wellness journey. The power of community isn't just about avoiding isolation, it's about fostering a sense of purpose and meaning. My involvement in various community initiatives helped me redefine my identity, transitioning from a life characterized by negativity and self-destruction to one defined by service and contribution. It helped to shape my personality and my future aspirations. The community became my family, my support system, my sanctuary. It offered a refuge from the storms of my past, a place where I could heal, grow, and discover my true potential. It's a constant reminder that I am not alone, that there are people who care, people who believe in me, and people who support me unconditionally. Building a strong community takes time, effort, and commitment. It requires vulnerability, trust, and a willingness to engage with others on a deep level. It's an ongoing process of nurturing relationships, extending compassion, and contributing to the collective well-being. It's a continuous investment in self and others. My journey underscores the importance of cultivating meaningful connections. It's not just about finding a place to belong, it's about building a network of support, a community where individuals can thrive, grow, and contribute their unique talents to the world. It's about fostering a sense of belonging that transcends personal struggles and provides a foundation for a more fulfilling and purposeful life. It's about the human experience at its finest. The experience has been life-altering. The transformation continues. Finding my tribe wasn't a singular event, it was a gradual process of recognizing, seeking out, and nurturing meaningful connections. It began with small acts of kindness, a shared smile, a listening ear, a helping hand. These seemingly insignificant interactions were the building blocks of a support network that would ultimately transform my life. It wasn't about finding a pre-existing group that perfectly fit my mold, it was about consciously creating a community where I could both give and receive. One crucial element was recognizing my own needs and vulnerabilities. For years, I erected walls to protect myself from further hurt, pushing people away before they could get close enough to wound me. This self-protective mechanism, while understandable given my past, ultimately perpetuated my isolation. Breaking down those walls required immense courage and self-awareness. It meant acknowledging my past traumas and their lasting impact without allowing them to define my present or future. This self-reflection led me to identify the types of relationships I craved: supportive, non-judgmental, and mutually beneficial. I realized that the superficial connections I'd previously valued were hollow substitutes for genuine intimacy. My past relationships, built on shared negativity or transactional exchanges, offered temporary comfort but ultimately left me emptier than before. I had to actively seek out relationships that nurtured my growth and fostered a sense of belonging. My newfound faith played a pivotal role in this transformation. The church community wasn't just a place of worship, it became my family. This wasn't a passive involvement. I actively participated in various groups, from Bible studies to community outreach programs. These groups provided more than just spiritual guidance. They offered a consistent source of emotional support, a sense of belonging, and opportunities to build meaningful relationships. The shared faith provided a common ground, a foundation of shared values and beliefs that transcended personal differences. This common ground was more than just religious, it offered a sense of common humanity. Within the church, I found mentors, individuals who saw beyond my past, recognizing the potential and guiding me towards a positive future. They were patient, understanding, and offered invaluable guidance, both spiritual and practical. These mentors weren't simply advising me, they were investing in my future, offering their time, experience, and unconditional support. They also served as role models, demonstrating the power of faith in action, showing how to turn challenges into opportunities, and how to transform pain into purpose. This sense of community expanded beyond the church walls. I actively sought out other groups and activities that aligned with my interests and values. I joined a men's support group where I could share my struggles openly and honestly, without fear of judgment. This provided a safe space to process my emotions, learn from others' experiences, and offer support in return. It was a constant reminder that my struggles were not unique and that there were others who understood. We became a network of mutual support, helping each other navigate the complexities of life. Another crucial aspect was volunteering. Helping others, giving back to my community, proved to be incredibly therapeutic. The act of service shifted my focus from my own problems to the needs of others, creating a sense of purpose and meaning. It provided a framework for making a difference, and it was far more rewarding than any self-focused activity. I found that volunteering brought me great personal satisfaction and fulfillment. I volunteered at a local youth center, working with at-risk teenagers. This was especially poignant, as I saw a reflection of my younger self in many of the kids. My past experiences gave me a unique understanding of their struggles, allowing me to connect with them on a deeper level. The common ground of shared struggles created a powerful bond, and I learned just as much from them as they did from me. It was a profound learning experience. I also actively participated in community events such as neighborhood cleanups, food drives, and fundraising activities. These events provided opportunities to interact with a wider range of people and build relationships across various social circles. I began to feel an increasing sense of integration into the community. My efforts in community activities demonstrated to the community, and to myself, that I was a valuable member, able to contribute and build up my community. Building these meaningful connections wasn't always easy. It required vulnerability, trust, and a willingness to step outside my comfort zone. There were times of doubt, moments of hesitation, and occasional setbacks. But the rewards far outweighed the challenges. The sense of belonging, the unwavering support, and the shared sense of purpose helped me through some of the toughest times in my life. The community became a sanctuary, a refuge, and a source of strength. One of the most significant benefits of finding my tribe was the positive impact on my mental health. The consistent support, the shared experiences, and the sense of belonging provided a buffer against the emotional ups and downs associated with my bipolar disorder and ADHD. The community acted as a strong support network, providing a constant sense of stability and helping me manage my symptoms. It was far more effective than any therapy or medication. This support was invaluable and continued to be one of the most significant aspects of my recovery. The power of community lies not only in receiving support but also in giving back. The cycle of mutual support created a powerful dynamic, reinforcing a sense of interconnectedness and shared responsibility. It was a positive feedback loop, enhancing the well-being of both myself and the community around me. The relationship between the community and myself was not one-sided. It was reciprocal. My journey towards finding my tribe is an ongoing process. It's not a destination but a continuous journey of nurturing relationships, extending compassion, and actively participating in the community. It's a testament to the transformative power of human connection, a reminder that even amidst the darkest of times, we are not alone. Finding your tribe is not only beneficial, it is essential for personal growth, mental well-being, and lasting transformation. It is the cornerstone to a fulfilling and meaningful life. It is a constant reminder that I am loved, I am supported, and I belong. Giving back wasn't simply an act of altruism, it was a deeply personal journey of healing and transformation. It started subtly, with small gestures, volunteering at a local soup kitchen, helping an elderly neighbor with groceries, or offering a ride to someone in need. These small acts, initially driven by a desire to escape my own internal turmoil, unexpectedly became a source of profound fulfillment. The act of serving others shifted my focus outward, away from my self-doubt and anxieties, creating a space for peace and purpose. The youth center became a significant focus of my efforts. Working with at-risk teenagers felt intensely personal. I saw my younger self reflected in their eyes, their struggles mirroring my own past experiences. I wasn't just a volunteer, I was a mentor, a confidant, a role model. I shared my story openly and honestly, not to evoke pity, but to demonstrate the power of resilience and the possibility of redemption. These young people, many of whom had experienced trauma and instability similar to mine, found solace and hope in my journey. Sharing my story wasn't just about giving back, it was about creating a space for shared vulnerability and mutual healing. I remember one particular teenager, let's call him Michael. Michael was withdrawn, angry, and deeply distrustful of adults. He'd been in and out of the juvenile justice system, grappling with issues of abandonment and abuse. Our initial interactions were strained, marked by silence and suspicion. But as weeks turned into months, a bond began to form. I listened patiently to his stories, validating his pain without judgment. I shared my own struggles, revealing the path I took from darkness to light. I didn't offer easy answers or false promises. I offered empathy, understanding, and the unwavering belief in his potential for change. Working with Michael wasn't always easy. There were setbacks, moments of frustration, and even anger. But through it all, I held on to the belief that everyone deserves a second chance, a chance to heal, to grow, and to contribute to the world. Michael's transformation was gradual, but undeniable. He began to open up, his anger gradually replaced by a quiet determination. He started participating in the center's activities, finding purpose in helping others. His progress was a testament to the power of human connection, the transformative impact of a single person believing in another's potential. Beyond the youth center, I extended my reach through various community initiatives. I joined a local church group that focused on community outreach. We organized food drives, collected clothing for the homeless, and visited elderly residents who were isolated and alone. These actions weren't just about providing material assistance, they were about creating human connections, building bridges between different segments of the community. The feeling of belonging and shared purpose within this group became integral to my own sense of stability and well-being. One particularly memorable experience involved organizing a neighborhood cleanup. The area around the youth center was littered with trash and graffiti. We gathered a group of volunteers, including some of the teenagers from the center. Armed with trash bags, gloves, and paint, we transformed the neighborhood. The experience was far more profound than simply cleaning up the physical space. It created a sense of shared ownership and community pride. The teenagers, empowered by their contribution, discovered a newfound sense of agency and purpose. They weren't just recipients of help, they were active participants in the revitalization of their community. The positive feedback loop of giving back became undeniable. The more I contributed to the community, the stronger my sense of purpose and self-worth became. This positive feedback loop served to alleviate my mental health challenges, which had previously been a constant source of struggle. The sense of belonging, the shared purpose, the positive impact, all of this fed into a cycle of well-being. It's a stark contrast to the isolation and despair I had known for so long. Giving back also brought unexpected rewards. The relationships I formed with the people I served provided invaluable support. I learned from their stories, their resilience, and their faith. They challenged my perspectives, broadened my understanding of the world, and reminded me that even in the midst of adversity, hope can flourish. These were relationships born not from shared adversity, but from shared purpose and a common desire to make a difference. It was a profound testament to the interconnectedness of humanity. The community became my teacher. I was a student, learning empathy, patience, resilience and the inherent goodness within the human spirit. My journey of giving back extended beyond tangible actions. I began sharing my story through writing and speaking engagements. I hoped to inspire others who were struggling, to show them that even the darkest of nights can give way to the dawn. My vulnerability became my strength, a testament to the transformative power of faith and community. This wasn't simply about recounting my past, it was about using my experiences to empower others. This public sharing wasn't without its challenges. Vulnerability is exposing, and it felt deeply personal. Yet, the outpouring of support, the shared experiences, the encouragement, these affirmed the importance of being open and honest about my journey. It showed others that they weren't alone in their struggles, that their experiences had validity, and that healing was possible. I became a conduit for hope, and in turn, this action reinforced my own journey of healing and recovery. As I continued giving back, I discovered a deeper understanding of faith. It wasn't just about attending church services or reciting prayers. It was about living out my faith in action, demonstrating compassion, and serving others with humility. This experiential understanding of faith deepened my spirituality and became a powerful source of strength and guidance. The faith community, which I had leaned on throughout my personal journey, became the engine of my community involvement. The power of community isn't just about numbers, it's about quality connections and shared purpose. It's about building relationships based on trust, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to making a positive impact. It's a tapestry woven from individual threads of hope, resilience, and compassion. The strength and the ability to give back to the community isn't inherent, it is cultivated and fostered through time, effort and commitment. My journey is ongoing. Giving back isn't a destination but a continuous process of learning, growing, and serving others. It's a reflection of my faith, my gratitude, and my unwavering belief in the transformative power of human connection. It's not just about helping others, it's about healing myself and creating a world where everyone feels a sense of belonging, purpose, and hope. It's a ripple effect, starting with small actions, growing into larger impacts, and creating a wave of positive change within my community and far beyond. The most rewarding aspect is witnessing the ripple effect of my actions, seeing how small gestures of kindness can create profound changes in the lives of others, inspiring them to, in turn, give back and pay it forward. This cycle of giving and receiving forms the bedrock of a thriving and supportive community. This is the legacy I hope to leave behind. Building bridges wasn't just about physical structures. It was about dismantling the walls of prejudice, misunderstanding, and fear that separated different segments of society. My work with the Youth Center, while intensely rewarding, highlighted the deep-seated divisions within our community. Many of the teenagers I worked with came from backgrounds marked by poverty, neglect, and systemic inequalities. Their experiences were vastly different from those of the more affluent families in the surrounding neighborhoods. This disparity created a chasm of mistrust and resentment, a stark reminder that true community building requires addressing these underlying social issues. One of my early initiatives focused on bridging this gap through intergenerational programs. We organized events that brought together teenagers from the youth center with senior citizens from a nearby retirement community. Initially, the interaction was hesitant, almost awkward. The teenagers, accustomed to a world of instant gratification and digital communication, found it challenging to connect with the seniors, whose lives were rooted in a different era. Similarly, the seniors, accustomed to a slower pace of life and traditional communication styles, were initially wary of the teenagers' energy and technology-driven world. However, as the programs progressed, a remarkable transformation occurred. The teenagers learned the value of patience, empathy, and listening. They discovered a wealth of knowledge and wisdom from the seniors' life experiences, stories filled with resilience, perseverance, and the importance of building lasting relationships. The seniors, in turn, were energized by the teenagers' enthusiasm and openness, their perspectives broadened by a generation immersed in a rapidly evolving technological landscape. Through shared activities, such as gardening, storytelling, and cooking, they discovered common ground and mutual respect. One particularly moving experience involved a group of teenagers helping the seniors create a community garden. The seniors shared their gardening expertise, passing on their knowledge of planting, nurturing, and harvesting. The teenagers, initially reluctant to engage in such old-fashioned work, found immense satisfaction in the process. They learned about patience, nurturing, and the rewards of hard work, concepts often absent in their daily lives. The garden itself became a symbol of unity, a shared space where different generations could connect, collaborate, and cultivate not only plants but also relationships. The vibrant colors of the flowers, the aroma of fresh herbs, and the taste of homegrown vegetables fostered a sense of shared accomplishment and community pride. It was a small project, but its impact was profound, showing the potential of collaborative efforts to transcend differences. Another initiative focused on addressing racial divides within the community. Our city was marked by a history of segregation and systemic racism, leaving a legacy of mistrust and inequality. To counteract this, we organized a series of community dialogues, bringing together people of different racial backgrounds to share their experiences, perspectives, and concerns. These discussions were often uncomfortable, raw, and emotionally charged. But within the safe space we created, participants found the courage to speak their truths, to acknowledge the injustices of the past, and to work towards a more equitable future. It wasn't easy. There were heated debates, moments of tension, and disagreements. But through respectful dialogue, active listening, and a shared commitment to understanding, we gradually built bridges of empathy and trust. Participants began to see each other not as adversaries, but as individuals with shared humanity. They discovered common ground in their hopes, fears, and dreams for a better future. The conversations weren't about erasing differences, they were about embracing diversity and fostering appreciation for different perspectives. The discussions transformed into platforms for mutual understanding and respect, laying the groundwork for a more united and inclusive community. We learned that building bridges across racial divides necessitates honest dialogue, a willingness to listen, and a commitment to action. These community dialogues were augmented by initiatives that promoted cultural exchange and understanding. We organized festivals celebrating the diverse cultures within our city. The festivals became vibrant expressions of unity, showcasing the richness and diversity of our community. Music, dance, food, and art from different cultures provided a platform for sharing traditions, customs, and perspectives. These events not only fostered appreciation for cultural diversity but also highlighted the shared values and common goals that united us as a community. The energy and enthusiasm generated were palpable. They emphasized our shared humanity, diminishing the impact of our differences. Beyond these large-scale initiatives, the everyday interactions also played a crucial role in building bridges. I encourage the teenagers at the youth center to engage in service projects within their own neighborhoods, interacting with their neighbors, regardless of their background or beliefs. These small acts of kindness, such as helping an elderly neighbor with yard work, assisting with grocery shopping, or simply offering a friendly conversation, created connections and fostered a sense of belonging. It was a testament to the power of interpersonal interactions in bridging divisions. It was a reminder that community building starts in our individual interactions. Building bridges is a continuous process, a journey that requires patience, perseverance, and an unwavering commitment to understanding and empathy. It's about acknowledging differences, celebrating diversity, and fostering a sense of belonging for everyone. It's about challenging stereotypes, confronting prejudices, and creating a space where people from all walks of life can connect, collaborate, and work towards a common goal. It's not always easy. It requires courage, vulnerability, and a willingness to engage in difficult conversations. Yet the rewards are immeasurable. A united community is a resilient community, a community empowered to overcome challenges and achieve its full potential. My journey of building bridges has been deeply personal. It has challenged my own biases, expanded my understanding of the world, and deepened my faith in the power of human connection. The process has been a testament to the transformative power of community, a reminder that when we reach out to others with empathy and compassion, we not only build bridges between different groups but also strengthen the bonds within our own hearts. The lessons learned from this journey have forever reshaped my understanding of community, leading me to recognize the importance of consistent, deliberate effort in promoting mutual understanding. I learned that building bridges requires more than just good intentions. It necessitates concrete actions, consistent efforts, and a long-term commitment. It's not a one-time event but a continuous process of learning, growing, and adapting. It requires patience, perseverance, and the willingness to overcome obstacles and setbacks. There will be challenges, moments of doubt, and even setbacks. However, the ultimate reward, A more unified, compassionate, and resilient community is worth the effort. The impact is a deeply fulfilling feeling that transcends personal gain. The satisfaction comes from knowing that I've contributed to creating a more just and equitable world for everyone. The success of these initiatives wasn't solely measured by tangible outcomes, but also by the intangible changes in attitudes and perspectives. The community dialogues, for example, resulted not only in concrete actions but also in a shift in the way people perceived each other. The prejudice and stereotypes that once separated different groups began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of understanding and empathy. The ripple effect extended beyond the immediate participants, influencing the attitudes and behaviors of others in the community. This process of transformation underscores the importance of sustained engagement and the crucial role of sustained dialogue in fostering lasting change. The long-term goal is not simply achieving a single project but cultivating a culture of understanding, compassion and mutual respect. The experiences of building bridges have profoundly impacted my own life. The relationships forged during these initiatives have enriched my life in ways I never anticipated. I've learned from the experiences of others, grown in my own understanding of the world, and developed a deeper sense of empathy and compassion. The shared journeys have strengthened my faith, reminding me of the inherent goodness within the human spirit. The connections made have formed a powerful support network, enriching my own well-being and adding depth to my personal life. These interpersonal connections have fostered resilience and fostered a sense of community and belonging, highlighting the significant role community plays in overall mental and emotional well-being. This network is a constant source of encouragement, inspiring continuous growth and reinforcing the belief in the transformative power of human connection. My journey of building bridges is ongoing. It's a continuous process of learning, growing, and serving others. It's a reflection of my commitment to creating a more just, equitable, and compassionate world. It's a testament to the transformative power of community, a reminder that even small acts of kindness can have a profound impact on the lives of others and reshape the fabric of society. The ultimate measure of success is not the size of the projects, but the depth and quality of the connections created and the lasting impact on the lives of individuals within the community. Building bridges is not simply about fixing broken systems, but about fostering a sense of belonging and mutual respect that is at the heart of a truly thriving community. It's an ongoing process that extends beyond individual initiatives, impacting generations to come. Creating a sense of belonging wasn't simply about finding a place to fit in. It was about actively cultivating a space where everyone felt seen, valued, and accepted for who they were. My own journey had been a relentless search for this very feeling, a yearning for connection that stemmed from the fractured and unstable environment of my childhood. The absence of belonging had been a constant companion, a gnawing emptiness that fueled my rebellious behavior and destructive choices. Finding God wasn't just about spiritual salvation, it was about discovering a profound sense of belonging, a community that embraced my flaws and celebrated my strengths. This understanding profoundly altered my perspective on community building, transforming it from a mere social project into a deeply personal mission. This newfound understanding led me to develop initiatives specifically designed to foster a sense of belonging among the young people I worked with. One particularly effective approach involved creating safe spaces where vulnerable youth could express their feelings without judgment. We established regular support groups, facilitated by trained professionals and peer mentors, where teenagers could share their experiences, concerns, and challenges in a confidential and supportive environment. These sessions weren't therapy sessions per se, but rather opportunities for shared vulnerability, creating a powerful sense of connection among participants. The shared struggles, the understanding nods, the simple act of being heard, these were powerful tools in combating the isolation and loneliness that many of these young people experienced. Initially, reluctance was common. Opening up about personal struggles, especially in a group setting, requires courage. Trust needed to be built, a safe space established where vulnerability wasn't equated with weakness. We addressed this by implementing clear guidelines regarding confidentiality and respect. We emphasize the importance of active listening, empathy, and non-judgmental support. We also incorporated icebreaker activities and trust-building exercises to foster a sense of connection and camaraderie among participants. The impact was transformative. As trust grew, so did the depth of sharing and the strength of the bonds formed. These groups became havens, offering support, understanding and, most importantly, a sense of belonging that transcended the challenges of their everyday lives. Building upon the success of the support groups, we initiated mentorship programs that paired older, more stable youth with younger individuals who needed guidance. These mentors provided role models, offering advice, support, and a sense of stability. The mentoring relationships weren't just about providing practical assistance. They were about fostering connection, building bridges of trust, and creating a supportive network within the community. For many of the younger youth, the mentors became surrogate family members, offering unconditional love, acceptance and guidance. The older youth benefited as well. The responsibility instilled a sense of purpose and fulfillment, solidifying their own sense of belonging within the community. We also integrated creative arts therapies into our programs, recognizing the powerful role of artistic expression in fostering self-discovery and community building. Through music, drama, painting, and other creative mediums, teenagers could explore their emotions, express their experiences, and connect with their peers in a nonverbal way. These sessions were designed to encourage self-expression, promote emotional healing, and build a sense of collective identity. The creativity encouraged collaboration, leading to group projects and performances that further strengthened the bonds between the participants. The shared artistic endeavors generated a sense of accomplishment and pride, enhancing their self-esteem and strengthening their sense of belonging. Beyond specific programs, fostering a sense of belonging required a fundamental shift in mindset within the community. This meant challenging the underlying social structures that often marginalized and excluded vulnerable youth. We actively worked to create inclusive environments where all teenagers felt welcome, respected, and valued, irrespective of their background, abilities, or beliefs. This entailed engaging with local businesses and community organizations to create opportunities for volunteer work, internships, and mentorship programs. We ensured that these opportunities weren't just token gestures but genuinely inclusive spaces where everyone had a chance to contribute and thrive. We worked to dismantle stereotypes and prejudices through education and awareness programs. We organized workshops and presentations that challenged misconceptions about vulnerable youth, highlighting their strengths, talents, and potential. We emphasized the importance of celebrating diversity and recognizing the unique contributions of every individual. This involved presenting the achievements of the youth, both within the program and beyond, to demonstrate their capabilities and break down preconceived notions. The more the community saw their accomplishments, the stronger the sense of belonging, and the deeper the community support. Furthermore, the role of faith played an instrumental part in cultivating a sense of belonging. We established a faith-based support group, where teenagers could explore their spiritual beliefs in a safe and supportive environment. This wasn't about imposing religious beliefs, but about providing a space for spiritual exploration, offering solace, hope, and a sense of connection to something larger than themselves. The shared faith fostered camaraderie and mutual support. The religious aspect provided a common ground, fostering unity and strengthening the bonds of friendship. Creating a sense of belonging was an ongoing, evolving process. It required consistent effort, sustained engagement, and a commitment to fostering inclusive, equitable environments. It was more than just providing services. It was about building relationships, fostering trust, and empowering young people to reach their full potential. The success of our initiatives wasn't solely measured by the number of participants or the programs implemented, but by the transformative impact on the lives of individuals and the overall strengthening of community bonds. The collective sense of belonging enriched not only the lives of the young people but also the broader community, enriching all involved in the effort. The journey of creating a sense of belonging wasn't just about fixing problems. It was about creating a world where every individual felt valued, respected, and deeply connected to something greater than themselves. This journey was, and continues to be, a testament to the power of community, the transformative potential of human connection, and the unwavering belief in the inherent worth of every individual. My own transformation, from a troubled youth to a faith-based life coach, stands as a living example of the profound impact of belonging, a testament to the redemptive power of community and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The work is ongoing, a perpetual reminder that fostering belonging isn't a destination, but a continuous journey of empathy, understanding, and unwavering commitment. It's a journey fueled by faith, hope, and the unshakable belief that every individual deserves to find their place, to feel valued, and to experience the transformative power of true belonging. Chapter 13. Forgiveness and Reconciliation. Forgiving myself. That was a monumental task. Years of self-loathing, fueled by a relentless cycle of bad decisions and the weight of a past I desperately wanted to escape, had built an impenetrable wall around my heart. How could I possibly forgive myself for the pain I'd caused others, for the opportunities I'd squandered, for the person I'd been? The answer, surprisingly, wasn't a single epiphany but a gradual process, a slow chipping away at that wall, one brick at a time. It started with acknowledging the hurt, the shame, the regret. I didn't try to minimize or justify my actions. Instead, I confronted them head-on, writing them down, pouring them out in prayer, and allowing myself to feel the full weight of my past. This wasn't a comfortable process. It involved facing some very dark parts of myself, parts I'd carefully buried beneath layers of denial and self-deception. I remember vividly one particular session with my therapist. We were discussing a specific incident from my past, a moment of reckless anger that had resulted in serious consequences for someone else. The shame was almost unbearable. The memory, raw and visceral, brought tears to my eyes. But within that pain, something shifted. I began to understand that my anger wasn't an inherent part of who I was. It was a symptom of deeper issues, unresolved trauma, untreated mental illness, a desperate cry for help that had manifested in destructive ways. This realization was critical. It separated the me of the past, the young man consumed by anger and self-destruction, from the me of the present, the man striving for redemption and healing. I began to see my past self with compassion, understanding that he was a product of his circumstances, a young man desperately in need of love, guidance, and the support he'd never received. This wasn't an excuse for my behavior, it was an explanation. And that explanation, that understanding, was the first step towards forgiveness. The process was further aided by my growing faith. My belief in God's unwavering love and grace provided a powerful counterpoint to the self-condemnation that had haunted me for so long. The Bible speaks repeatedly about forgiveness, not just for others but for ourselves. I found solace in passages that emphasized God's boundless mercy and His capacity to transform even the most hardened hearts. This wasn't about erasing the past, it was about accepting it as part of my story, recognizing its role in shaping the person I am today, and trusting in God's ability to use even my mistakes for good. But forgiveness wasn't simply a matter of intellectual understanding, it involved emotional work, too. I found that practicing self-compassion was crucial. I learned to treat myself with the same kindness and understanding I would offer a friend struggling with similar challenges. This involved speaking to myself with empathy, acknowledging my feelings without judgment, and celebrating my progress, no matter how small. I replaced self-criticism with self-encouragement, focusing on my strengths and celebrating my achievements rather than dwelling on my failures. This involved setting realistic goals, practicing self-care, and celebrating even minor victories along the way. Small steps, small wins, added up to significant progress. Another key element was making amends. Where possible, I reached out to those I had hurt, expressing my sincere remorse and asking for their forgiveness. This wasn't always easy. Some people were receptive, others were not. But the act of reaching out, of taking responsibility for my actions, was essential to my own healing process. It demonstrated a genuine commitment to change and allowed me to begin repairing the damage I had caused. This wasn't about expecting forgiveness, it was about taking responsibility for my actions. It was a demonstration of personal accountability, a tangible expression of my remorse. The journey of self-forgiveness wasn't linear, it was filled with setbacks and moments of doubt. There were days when the weight of my past felt overwhelming, when the old patterns of self-criticism resurfaced. but I learned to approach these moments with patience and self-compassion. I reminded myself that forgiveness is a process, not a destination, and that setbacks are a normal part of the journey. I learned to treat them not as failures, but as opportunities for growth, as chances to reaffirm my commitment to healing and self-acceptance. Alongside these personal strategies, I sought professional help. Therapy played a crucial role in my journey, providing a safe space to explore my past traumas, process my emotions, and develop healthy coping mechanisms. My therapist helped me identify the root causes of my destructive behavior, challenged my negative self-talk, and guided me in developing healthier patterns of thinking and acting. Therapy was also vital in addressing the underlying mental health conditions that had contributed to my struggles, providing the tools and support I needed to manage my bipolar disorder and ADHD. This professional guidance significantly accelerated my progress, providing an external perspective and the tools needed for sustainable positive change. The process of self-forgiveness also involved developing healthier relationships. Surrounding myself with supportive and positive people was crucial to my recovery. These relationships provided a sense of belonging, a network of support that helped me stay on track during difficult times. This supportive environment helped counter the negative self-talk and self-destructive tendencies that had characterized my past. These relationships provided accountability, encouragement, and a constant reminder of my worth. Furthermore, focusing on my spiritual life became increasingly crucial. Prayer, meditation, and regular church attendance helped me cultivate a sense of peace and connection to something larger than myself. My faith provided a framework for understanding my past, accepting my imperfections, and embracing hope for the future. This spiritual foundation helped me develop a sense of purpose, direction, and unwavering belief in my potential for redemption. This wasn't about escaping responsibility, it was about anchoring myself in something larger and more enduring. Ultimately, forgiving myself wasn't about forgetting or condoning my past actions. It was about accepting them as part of my story, learning from my mistakes, and choosing to live a different life, a life guided by faith, purpose, and a commitment to making amends. It was about releasing the burden of self-condemnation and embracing the possibility of a future filled with hope, healing, and lasting transformation. The process was long, arduous, and often painful, but the reward, the freedom, the peace, the ability to move forward with genuine self-acceptance, made every step of the journey worthwhile. It's a journey I continue to walk, a constant reminder that self-forgiveness is an ongoing process, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, and a powerful example of the transformative power of faith. And it's a journey I wholeheartedly encourage others to embark on, for the rewards far outweigh the challenges. The freedom found in self-forgiveness is unparalleled and truly liberates one to live a more authentic and fulfilling life. Forgiving others. The very phrase felt like a betrayal of myself, a surrender to the injustice I had endured. How could I possibly let go of the anger, the bitterness, the searing pain inflicted by those who had wronged me? For years, I'd carried these burdens, heavy stones weighing down my soul, poisoning my heart, preventing me from truly moving forward. My past was a tapestry woven with threads of betrayal, abandonment, and violence. The cruel acts of others were deeply embedded in the fabric of my being. To forgive felt like condoning those actions, like diminishing the pain I'd suffered. It felt like weakness, a surrender to those who had inflicted harm. But as my journey of self-forgiveness progressed, I began to realize that holding onto resentment wasn't just hurting them, it was crippling me. It was a self-imposed prison, a cage of my own making. The anger, the bitterness, the desire for revenge, they were all consuming me, preventing me from experiencing the peace and freedom I so desperately craved. My therapist helped me understand that forgiveness wasn't about excusing their actions or forgetting the pain they'd caused. It was about releasing myself from the chains of resentment, freeing myself from the burden of carrying their sins. This understanding didn't magically erase the pain, it didn't make the memories disappear. It simply shifted my perspective, allowing me to see the situation from a different angle. Instead of focusing on the hurt they had inflicted, I began to focus on my own healing. Forgiveness, I learned, is primarily an act of self-compassion. It's a choice to prioritize my own well-being, to choose peace over bitterness, healing over anger. This realization didn't come easily. It involved countless hours of prayer, meditation, and soul-searching. It involved confronting the raw emotions that had been buried deep within me for years. One of the most significant obstacles was my tendency towards black and white thinking. I saw the world in terms of good guys and bad guys, victims and perpetrators. This rigid worldview prevented me from seeing the complexities of human behavior, from recognizing the factors that had contributed to the actions of those who had hurt me. Through therapy, I began to understand that people are rarely simply good or bad. They are multifaceted, complex individuals, shaped by their own experiences, traumas, and limitations. This understanding didn't excuse their actions, but it allowed me to view them with a greater degree of compassion, recognizing their own struggles and imperfections. This wasn't about minimizing the harm they had inflicted. It was about accepting the reality of their behavior without allowing it to define me. It was about acknowledging the pain they had caused, validating my own feelings, and then consciously choosing to let go of the resentment that was poisoning my soul. I began to practice empathy, trying to imagine their perspectives, their motivations, even their pain. This wasn't about condoning their actions. It was about understanding the factors that might have contributed to them, realizing that often, even the most hurtful acts stem from a place of pain, fear, or ignorance. The process was far from instantaneous. There were days, weeks, even months when the bitterness resurfaced, when the anger threatened to consume me again. But I learned to treat these moments as opportunities for growth, as chances to reaffirm my commitment to forgiveness. I reminded myself that forgiveness is a process, a journey, not a destination. It's a continuous choice, a daily practice, a constant reaffirmation of my commitment to my own well-being. It was about consistently choosing to replace anger with compassion, bitterness with understanding, resentment with peace. A pivotal moment in my journey came when I was able to write a letter to one of the people who had inflicted the most pain upon me. I didn't send the letter. It was a cathartic exercise, a way to process my emotions, to articulate the hurt and anger I had carried for so long. In writing the letter, I found myself expressing not only my pain but also a degree of understanding. I acknowledged the pain in their own lives, the factors that had shaped their behavior, the possibility that they too had been victims in their own right. This wasn't about excusing their actions, but about understanding them in a way that allowed me to let go of the overwhelming resentment. Alongside this personal work, I found solace and strength in my faith. The Bible frequently speaks of forgiveness, both giving and receiving. The concept of God's boundless mercy and unconditional love provided a powerful framework for understanding and practicing forgiveness. I learned that forgiveness isn't something I do for them, it's something I do for myself. It's an act of liberation, releasing myself from the prison of anger and bitterness, allowing myself to experience the peace and freedom that comes with letting go. This journey also involved seeking professional help. My therapist provided me with the tools and strategies to process my emotions, develop healthy coping mechanisms, and overcome the obstacles that stood in the way of forgiveness. Therapy helped me unpack the complex emotions associated with the trauma I'd experienced, providing a safe space to explore the depth of my pain and learn to manage my responses to it. They helped me understand the difference between forgiveness and reconciliation. Forgiveness is an internal process, a choice I make to release the burden of resentment. Reconciliation, on the other hand, is an external process, an attempt to repair the damaged relationship. They helped me understand that reconciliation isn't always possible, that some relationships may be beyond repair. But forgiveness is always possible. Another vital aspect of my healing journey was building healthy relationships. Surrounding myself with supportive and understanding individuals helped create a nurturing environment, counteracting the negativity and bitterness that had been so prevalent in my life. These supportive relationships provided a sense of belonging, a network of encouragement that helped me navigate the challenges and setbacks inherent in the forgiveness process. These people provided a safe space to express my feelings without judgment, offering unwavering support and understanding during times of emotional turmoil. Ultimately, forgiving others wasn't about forgetting what happened or minimizing the harm that was inflicted. It was about choosing to release the anger, the bitterness, the resentment that was poisoning my soul. It was about choosing peace over anger, healing over bitterness, freedom over captivity. It was about acknowledging the pain, validating my own feelings, and then consciously deciding to let go of the burden I had carried for so long. It was about reclaiming my power, my peace, and my life. It was a journey of transformation, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, and a testament to the transformative power of faith. And it's a journey I continue to walk, a daily reminder of the ongoing process of self-discovery, self-compassion, and ultimately, self-acceptance. Reconciling with the past wasn't simply about forgiving others, it was about forging a peace within myself, a peace that transcended the hurts and injustices I had endured. It involved confronting the ghosts of my past, the shadows that had haunted me for so long, and acknowledging their impact on the man I had become. This wasn't a passive process. It demanded active engagement, a willingness to delve into the darkest corners of my memory and unearth the buried emotions that lay festering there. One of the most significant steps in this process involved confronting the trauma of my childhood. Growing up in a volatile and unstable environment had left deep scars, shaping my perceptions of the world and my relationships with others. The neglect, the instability, the constant fear, these were not merely memories. They were wounds that continued to bleed, impacting my self-esteem, my trust in others, and my ability to form healthy relationships. To reconcile with the past, I had to confront these wounds, acknowledge their depth and severity, and begin the long process of healing. This meant seeking professional help. Therapy became an invaluable tool in my journey, providing a safe space to explore the complexities of my past, to unpack the emotions that had been suppressed for so long. My therapist helped me understand the connection between my childhood experiences and my present-day struggles, helping me recognize patterns of behavior and thought that stemmed from unresolved trauma. Through carefully guided sessions, I began to unpack the layers of emotional baggage that I had been carrying, processing the pain, the anger, the fear, and the sense of abandonment that had been etched into my being. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, played a particularly crucial role. It helped me identify and challenge negative thought patterns and beliefs that stemmed from my past experiences. For years, I had internalized a narrative of self-blame and inadequacy, believing that I was somehow responsible for the chaos and instability of my childhood. CBT helped me reframe these narratives, challenging the negative self-talk and replacing it with more realistic and compassionate self-assessments. It empowered me to take ownership of my life and my choices, without being burdened by the weight of past mistakes or regrets. Alongside therapy, journaling became an essential tool for self-reflection and emotional processing. I poured my heart out onto the pages of my journal, exploring the complexities of my emotions, confronting the pain, and wrestling with the difficult questions that arose from my past experiences. Writing became a way to externalize my internal struggles, to give voice to the emotions that had long been suppressed. Through the process of writing, I began to make sense of my experiences, finding patterns and insights that I hadn't noticed before. Another important element of my reconciliation was addressing the impact of my past on my relationships. The trauma I had experienced had profoundly affected my ability to trust others and form healthy relationships. I had developed defense mechanisms, erecting emotional walls to protect myself from further hurt. But these walls also prevented me from experiencing the intimacy and connection I craved. Reconciling with my past meant acknowledging the impact of my trauma on my relationships and actively working to overcome these challenges. It meant learning to trust again, to be vulnerable, and to build healthy, supportive relationships that nourished my soul. This required courage, patience, and a willingness to risk being hurt again, but the rewards far outweighed the risks. My faith journey played a significant part in this process. The unwavering love and acceptance I found in my faith provided a solid foundation for self-acceptance and forgiveness. The concept of grace, the undeserved love and forgiveness of God, became a powerful antidote to the self-condemnation and guilt I had carried for so long. It allowed me to see myself not as defined by my past mistakes, but as someone loved and cherished in spite of them. This understanding was instrumental in allowing me to let go of the self-imposed chains of guilt and self-recrimination that had bound me for so long. I started to view my past not as a burden to be carried, but as a source of wisdom and growth. The challenges I had overcome, the hardships I had endured, had shaped me into the person I am today. They had made me resilient, compassionate, and empathetic. Instead of shying away from my past, I began to embrace it as a part of my story, acknowledging its impact while celebrating the strength and perseverance it had instilled within me. This journey of reconciliation wasn't linear. There were setbacks, moments of doubt, and times when the pain resurfaced with unexpected intensity. But each time, I returned to the tools and strategies that had helped me before: therapy, journaling, prayer, and the unwavering support of my community. These resources provided a lifeline, helping me navigate the difficult emotions and reaffirm my commitment to healing and growth. Reconciling with the past involved confronting not only the external traumas but also the internal wounds they had inflicted on my psyche. This included working on my self-esteem, which had been severely damaged by years of instability and insecurity. I embarked on a journey of self-discovery, exploring my strengths and weaknesses, and cultivating self-compassion. I started to practice self-care, prioritizing my physical and emotional well-being. This involved engaging in activities that brought me joy and peace, nurturing my mind, body, and spirit. I discovered the power of mindfulness and meditation, techniques that helped me center myself in the present moment and reduce the overwhelming power of negative thoughts and memories. The process of reconciliation also involved making amends where possible. This wasn't about seeking forgiveness from others. It was about taking responsibility for my actions and making things right, to the extent that it was within my power. This involved acknowledging the pain I had caused others and making genuine efforts to repair the damaged relationships whenever possible. It wasn't always easy, and in some cases, reconciliation wasn't possible. But the act of attempting to make amends was a significant step in my journey towards healing and wholeness. Ultimately, reconciling with my past was an act of self-love and self-acceptance. It was about embracing my entire story, the good, the bad, and the ugly, without letting any single part define me. It was about finding peace with the past, not by erasing it, but by integrating it into my life story, allowing it to shape me without controlling me. It was about acknowledging the wounds, celebrating the scars, and embracing the resilience that had emerged from the crucible of my experiences. It was a long and arduous journey, but one that led me to a place of profound peace, self-acceptance, and a sense of purpose that had eluded me for so long. And it's a journey that continues to this day, a constant reminder of the ongoing process of growth and healing. Forgiveness, as profound and transformative as it was, didn't magically erase the past. The scars remained, etched onto my soul like a roadmap of my journey. But the difference was, they no longer defined me. They were reminders of my strength, my resilience, the battles I'd fought and won. Moving forward wasn't about forgetting. It was about integrating the past into the narrative of my life, allowing it to inform my future without controlling it. It was about choosing hope over despair, optimism over cynicism, and faith over fear. This shift in perspective was gradual, a subtle but significant change that unfolded over time. It began with small acts of self-compassion, moments of self-forgiveness, and a growing recognition of my inherent worth. I started to challenge the negative self-talk that had plagued me for so long, replacing self-deprecating thoughts with affirmations of self-love and acceptance. I learned to treat myself with the same kindness and understanding that I offered others. This involved cultivating a practice of self-care, prioritizing my physical and mental well-being. I began exercising regularly, not just for physical fitness, but as a way to clear my mind, reduce stress, and boost my mood. I discovered the restorative power of nature, spending time outdoors, hiking in the mountains, or simply sitting by the ocean, allowing the beauty of the natural world to soothe my soul. I incorporated mindfulness practices into my daily routine, using meditation and deep breathing exercises to center myself in the present moment, reducing the power of intrusive thoughts and anxieties. Nutrition also played a vital role. I realized the profound connection between my physical and mental health and made conscious choices about what I consumed. I adopted a healthier diet, minimizing processed foods and maximizing nutrient-rich options. This change wasn't just about physical well-being, it was about nurturing my body, treating it with respect and care, a reflection of the self-love I was cultivating. Sleep, often neglected during my darker days, became a priority. Ensuring sufficient rest became crucial for my mental and emotional equilibrium. I established a regular sleep schedule, creating a calming bedtime routine to promote relaxation and restful sleep. The quality of my sleep dramatically impacted my energy levels, mood, and overall sense of well-being. Beyond physical self-care, I sought emotional nourishment. I surrounded myself with positive and supportive individuals who uplifted and encouraged me. I cultivated meaningful relationships, focusing on connections that fostered growth and mutual respect. I joined a support group, sharing my experiences and connecting with others who understood my struggles. This sense of community provided a crucial lifeline, a source of comfort, understanding, and unwavering support during challenging times. My faith continued to be a bedrock of my healing and growth. I deepened my spiritual practice, spending time in prayer and meditation, seeking guidance and strength from a higher power. I engaged in acts of service, volunteering my time and talents to help others. This selfless act provided a sense of purpose and fulfillment, shifting my focus outward and away from my own struggles. It reminded me of the profound impact I could have on the lives of others, fostering a sense of hope and optimism. I also pursued my academic goals with renewed vigor. The completion of my degree in business entrepreneurship from Yield College wasn't just a personal achievement, it was a testament to my resilience, a symbol of my ability to overcome adversity. This accomplishment boosted my confidence and self-esteem, validating my abilities and potential. It opened doors to new opportunities and provided a sense of direction and purpose. My work with troubled youth became a powerful catalyst for healing and growth. Coaching these young people, guiding them through their struggles and helping them find their path, brought immense satisfaction. It was a way to give back to the community, to pay it forward, and to make a positive impact on the lives of others. Working with them, I realized I wasn't just helping them, I was helping myself, transforming pain into purpose. The process of moving forward wasn't a smooth, linear progression. There were setbacks, moments of doubt, and times when the ghosts of my past resurfaced with unexpected intensity. But each time, I drew upon the tools and strategies I'd developed: therapy, journaling, prayer, self-care, and the support of my community. These resources provided a lifeline, helping me navigate difficult emotions and reaffirm my commitment to healing and growth. One of the most significant challenges was managing my mental health. Living with bipolar disorder and ADHD required ongoing vigilance and self-management. I developed coping mechanisms, learning to identify and manage my symptoms effectively. This involved maintaining a consistent routine, practicing stress reduction techniques, and seeking professional help when needed. Medication played a crucial role in stabilizing my moods and improving my cognitive function. But it wasn't just about medication. It was about actively engaging in my own recovery, taking ownership of my mental well-being. The journey of forgiveness and reconciliation wasn't just about letting go of the past, it was about embracing the future with hope and optimism. It was about cultivating a mindset of gratitude, appreciating the good things in my life and acknowledging the blessings that surrounded me. I learned to focus on the present moment, savoring the simple joys and cherishing the relationships that brought me happiness. This shift in perspective allowed me to experience a deeper sense of peace and contentment. Moving forward required courage, perseverance, and unwavering faith in my ability to overcome challenges. It was a testament to the human spirit's capacity for resilience, healing, and transformation. My journey wasn't just about my own personal growth, it was a message of hope and inspiration for others struggling with similar challenges. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a light to be found, a path to healing, and a future filled with possibility. The transformation wasn't instantaneous, it was a gradual process of unlearning old patterns and adopting new ones. It involved confronting my deepest fears and insecurities, challenging my negative self-beliefs, and cultivating self-compassion. It required me to be vulnerable, to admit my imperfections, and to seek help when needed. It was a journey of self-discovery, of recognizing my inherent worth, and of embracing my authentic self. My story is not a fairy tale with a happily ever after ending, neatly tied up with a bow. It's a continuing narrative, an ongoing journey of faith, resilience, and self-discovery. There will be more challenges, more obstacles to overcome, more moments of doubt and uncertainty. But now, armed with the tools and strategies I've developed, I face those challenges with hope and optimism, knowing that I possess the strength and resilience to overcome them. I've learned that the scars are a testament to my journey, proof of my battles fought and won, and reminders of the unwavering power of faith to transform even the most challenging of circumstances. The journey continues, but the destination is always hope. The destination is always faith. The destination is always love. Finding peace and closure wasn't a destination, but a continuous process, a slow unfolding of acceptance. It wasn't about erasing the pain, but about integrating it into the tapestry of my life, allowing it to inform my choices without dictating them. The anger, the resentment, the deep-seated fear, these emotions didn't vanish overnight. Instead, they slowly transformed, losing their sharp edges, their venomous sting, until they became whispers instead of roars. A significant part of this process involved confronting the people who had hurt me. This wasn't about retribution or revenge, it was about understanding, about seeking closure, about offering forgiveness, not for their sake, but for my own. Some conversations were easy, others excruciating. Some individuals were receptive, others remained closed off, entrenched in their own justifications. But the act of reaching out, of expressing my pain and seeking resolution, was immensely liberating. It removed the weight of unspoken grievances, the burden of carrying anger and resentment. One particular encounter stands out. A figure from my past, someone who had inflicted significant emotional pain, was willing to meet. I remember the tremor in my hands as I approached the table where he sat, the knot of anxiety in my stomach. The initial moments were tense, filled with uncomfortable silences and strained smiles. But as we talked, as I shared my experiences without accusation or blame, something shifted. He listened, truly listened, and in his eyes, I saw a flicker of understanding, a hint of remorse. We didn't magically become friends, but the conversation released a pressure valve, allowing the pent-up emotions to escape. It was a step towards healing, a demonstration that even the most fractured relationships could be addressed, offering a path to some level of peace. Forgiveness, however, wasn't always a clean break. There were times when the memories would surge back, the raw emotions flooding my consciousness. These moments were inevitable, a part of the healing process. I learned to navigate them with compassion, treating myself with the same kindness I extended to others. Instead of judging myself for experiencing these resurgences of pain, I acknowledged them as natural parts of my healing journey. I treated these moments as a signal to engage in self-care, to prioritize my mental and emotional well-being. I would engage in meditation, spending time in prayer, or simply going for a walk in nature, allowing myself to feel the emotions without judgment. Journaling became an invaluable tool. I poured my heart onto the pages, expressing my anger, my sadness, my confusion. It was a way to process my emotions, to give voice to the unspoken words. Writing became a form of therapy, a way to unpack my pain, to examine my experiences from a distance, to find understanding and perspective. The words flowed freely, transforming chaos into coherence, offering a safe space to explore the complexities of my emotions. The journal was a silent witness, a confidant that never judged or criticized. The process also involved learning to forgive myself. I had made mistakes, I had made poor choices, and I had caused pain to others. Accepting responsibility for my actions was critical, but self-forgiveness didn't diminish the seriousness of my past deeds. Rather, it was about recognizing my humanity, acknowledging my flaws, and striving to become a better person. It was about extending the same grace and compassion to myself that I offered to others. This self-compassion was an ongoing journey. It required constant vigilance, a persistent dedication to self-love and acceptance. I actively challenged the negative self-talk that had plagued me for years. I replaced critical thoughts with affirmations of self-worth, reminding myself of my strength, my resilience, my capacity for growth. I treated myself with the same kindness and respect that I offered to others, fostering a sense of self-acceptance and self-compassion. My faith played an indispensable role in this journey. It wasn't about blindly accepting everything, it was about finding strength, hope, and guidance. It provided a framework for understanding the purpose of my struggles and a foundation for believing in my ability to overcome adversity. My faith gave me a source of comfort and solace during challenging times. It provided the reassurance that I was not alone and that I had support from a higher power. The community I built around me became a crucial source of strength and support. This wasn't just about having friends, it was about building a network of people who understood my journey, who supported me through thick and thin, who celebrated my successes and offered comfort during setbacks. They held me accountable, encouraged me to persevere, and reminded me of my inherent worth. The sense of belonging and support was invaluable, a constant reminder that I was not alone. Therapy provided a structured approach to navigating the complexities of my past. It provided a safe space to explore my emotions, to process my trauma, and to develop healthy coping mechanisms. The therapeutic relationship offered a non-judgmental space where I could explore the deep-seated wounds of my past. This process of self-discovery and healing was critical in helping me to understand my past and move forward. The path to peace and closure wasn't a straight line, it was a winding road with twists, turns, and unexpected detours. There were times when the old wounds reopened, when the memories would surge back with unexpected intensity. But each time, I had the tools and resources to navigate these challenges, to find my way back to a sense of calm and composure. I had learned the importance of self-compassion, recognizing that setbacks were an inevitable part of the healing process. My academic achievements, the completion of my degree, and the subsequent work with troubled youth, played an important role in my personal journey towards healing. The discipline required in completing my degree helped me to create structure in my life, and this structure was invaluable during my healing journey. The work with troubled youth allowed me to share my experiences and, in doing so, find a sense of purpose and meaning. This journey, this ongoing process of finding peace and closure, is not about forgetting or suppressing the past. It's about integrating it, learning from it, and transforming it into a source of strength and resilience. It's about acknowledging the pain, understanding its roots, and finding ways to live with it, to learn from it, and to allow it to inform my choices without dictating them. It is a testament to the human spirit's capacity for healing, growth, and transformation. And ultimately, it's a journey of finding love and compassion, both for myself and for others. The peace I found wasn't an absence of pain, but a presence of acceptance, a resilience born from overcoming adversity, and a steadfast faith in the enduring power of hope. Chapter 14. Living a Purpose-Driven Life. The journey from the depths of despair to the heights of purpose wasn't a sudden leap. It was a gradual climb, a slow and steady ascent marked by moments of clarity and periods of confusion. Finding my purpose wasn't about a sudden epiphany, a lightning bolt of revelation, but a process of self-discovery, a continuous exploration of my strengths, my passions, and my values. It started with a simple question: what am I good at? What do I enjoy? What makes my heart sing? Initially, the answers were elusive, hidden beneath layers of self-doubt and ingrained negativity. Years of battling mental health struggles, navigating the complexities of a broken home, and facing the harsh realities of the justice system had left me feeling lost and directionless. I possessed a deep-seated belief in my own inadequacy, a conviction that I was inherently flawed, incapable of achieving anything meaningful. But slowly, as I began to heal, as I started to cultivate self-compassion and embrace my faith, the answers began to emerge. I realized I possessed a unique ability to connect with troubled youth. My experiences, though painful, had given me a profound understanding of their struggles. I could relate to their pain, their anger, their sense of alienation. I could speak their language, understand their perspectives, and offer them a sense of hope and possibility. This wasn't a conscious decision, it was an intuitive understanding, a deep-seated calling. It was as if my life experiences, those years of struggle and adversity, had been preparing me for this moment, shaping me into the person I was meant to be. My past wasn't merely a burden to overcome, it was a crucible that forged my purpose. It provided a foundation of empathy and understanding that allowed me to reach out to those most in need. The pain I had endured became the fuel that propelled my mission. This realization transformed my life. It gave meaning to my struggles, a sense of direction in a world that had often felt chaotic and unpredictable. My purpose became more than just a career path. It was a calling, a responsibility, a way to give back to the community that had, in many ways, saved me. This wasn't simply about offering advice or guidance. It was about building relationships, fostering trust, and providing a sense of belonging. I listened intently, understanding their perspectives, their dreams, and their fears. I offered support, encouragement, and, above all, unconditional love. This involved establishing mentorship programs in collaboration with local community centers. We organized group sessions, creating a safe environment for open dialogue, sharing personal experiences, and helping them develop strategies for navigating their difficulties. Each young person faced unique challenges, from family conflict and substance abuse to academic difficulties and peer pressure. We addressed each issue with sensitivity and understanding, adapting our approach to meet their individual needs. The success of these programs wasn't solely defined by academic achievements or reduced criminal activity. True success, I realized, was measured in the gradual changes in attitudes and behaviors. It was evidenced in moments of connection, in the glimmer of hope that shone in their eyes. It was about restoring self-belief in those who had lost their way. I wasn't just coaching them, I was guiding them, nurturing their potential, helping them find their own purpose. In turn, they inspired me. Their courage, resilience, and unwavering spirit fueled my own commitment to this work. Their willingness to open their hearts and share their vulnerabilities was a humbling experience, enriching my own journey and reaffirming my purpose. Alongside this direct work with young people, I found another avenue to fulfill my purpose: content creation. My blog and social media channels became platforms to share my story, to inspire others, and to offer practical strategies for overcoming adversity. I shared my struggles, my triumphs, my moments of doubt and my times of faith. My experience was unique, my journey was unconventional, but it resonated with others, connecting me with a larger community that shared similar struggles and aspirations. The honesty of my narrative was crucial. I wasn't aiming for perfection, I was sharing the reality of my journey, the setbacks, the failures, the moments when I wanted to give up. This authentic approach fostered trust and enabled a deep level of connection with my audience. I demonstrated that failure wasn't the opposite of success, it was a stepping stone on the path to purpose. The vulnerability I shared fostered a sense of solidarity and encouraged others to share their struggles, their pain, their journey towards finding their own purpose. This work, this commitment to guiding others on their paths to self-discovery and purpose, became deeply intertwined with my own healing journey. It served as a potent antidote to my past, a way to channel my experiences into something positive and meaningful. It provided a sense of accomplishment, a feeling of having made a tangible difference in the lives of others. It was a powerful reminder that my struggles were not in vain, that my pain had a purpose. The key to discovering one's purpose, I've learned, lies in self-reflection, in understanding one's values, passions, and strengths. It's about identifying what truly matters, what brings joy, and what ignites a fire within the soul. It's not always a linear process. It often involves experimentation, setbacks, and recalibrations. But the journey itself is essential, as valuable as the destination. It's crucial to embrace failures, to learn from mistakes, and to view setbacks as opportunities for growth and redirection. The path to purpose is rarely straightforward, it's often a winding road, full of twists and turns. But the persistence in searching, the commitment to self-discovery, and the unwavering belief in one's potential are paramount. Discovering my purpose wasn't merely about finding a vocation, it was about finding my identity. It was about understanding my place in the world, my role in the grand tapestry of life. It was about transforming past pain into present purpose, and utilizing the experiences that once defined my limitations to empower and uplift others. It's a continuous journey, one that requires ongoing self-reflection, adaptation, and a commitment to serving others. The process of discovering my purpose involved exploring different avenues. I experimented with various volunteering opportunities, joined community groups, and sought out mentorship programs. Each experience provided valuable insights, helping me refine my understanding of my strengths and passions. I learned to embrace the uncertainty of the journey, recognizing that the search for purpose is a dynamic process, constantly evolving and expanding. Seeking guidance from mentors and advisors proved invaluable. Their insights, wisdom, and lived experiences provided a roadmap for navigating the complexities of self-discovery. Their support and encouragement helped me stay focused on my goals and persevere through challenges. The mentorship relationships I established were more than just professional connections. They were deep, meaningful partnerships that fostered growth and understanding. This process required continuous self-assessment, a relentless examination of my values, my passions, and my capabilities. I kept a journal, documenting my thoughts, reflections, and experiences. I engaged in regular prayer and meditation, seeking divine guidance and fostering inner peace. These practices were instrumental in clarifying my purpose and aligning my actions with my values. They provided a sanctuary for reflection and a source of strength and resilience. This journey wasn't a solo endeavor. The support of my community, my family, and my faith community was crucial. They celebrated my successes, comforted me during setbacks, and helped me stay true to my purpose. Their belief in me, even when I doubted myself, was a beacon of hope, guiding me through moments of uncertainty and despair. The power of community, I discovered, was an invaluable resource in the quest for purpose. Ultimately, discovering my purpose was a deeply personal journey, a process of self-discovery and healing. It involved confronting my past, embracing my vulnerabilities, and celebrating my strengths. It was about finding meaning and purpose in the midst of adversity. It was about recognizing the inherent worth within myself and extending that same compassion and understanding to others. And it's a journey I continue to walk, every day, in gratitude and service. With a clearer understanding of my purpose, to guide and support troubled youth and share my journey of transformation, the next crucial step was to set meaningful goals. This wasn't about creating a to-do list, it was about crafting a roadmap, a strategic plan to translate my purpose into tangible action. Initially, the idea of setting goals felt overwhelming. My past was littered with failed attempts, abandoned projects, and unfulfilled dreams. The fear of failure, a constant companion throughout my turbulent youth, threatened to paralyze me once again. But I had come too far to let fear dictate my future. I had learned that failure wasn't the opposite of success, it was a necessary step on the path to growth. I embraced the lessons learned from past setbacks, viewing them as valuable experiences that shaped my resilience and determination. This time, goal setting wasn't about striving for perfection, it was about consistent progress, about celebrating small victories along the way. The first step was to break down my overarching purpose into smaller, more manageable objectives. Instead of focusing on the monumental task of transforming the lives of countless troubled youth, I began by setting smaller, attainable goals. This involved identifying specific actions I could take, steps I could implement, to move towards my overall purpose. One immediate goal was expanding my mentorship program. I wanted to increase the number of young people we were serving, broaden the range of support we provided, and develop more robust curriculum. This involved seeking additional funding, recruiting more volunteers, and securing partnerships with local organizations and schools. I meticulously created a plan, outlining the steps required to achieve each objective. This wasn't just about wishful thinking, it was about strategic planning, focused action, and consistent effort. Another goal was to enhance my content creation efforts. I wanted to reach a wider audience, share my story with more people, and offer more practical advice and encouragement to those struggling with similar challenges. This involved refining my content strategy, improving the quality of my writing, and utilizing various social media platforms more effectively. I researched effective marketing techniques, sought feedback from my audience, and invested time in learning new digital skills. Crucially, these goals weren't static, they were dynamic, adapting to changing circumstances and evolving needs. As the mentorship program grew, so did the complexity of its operations. I found myself needing to refine my strategies, adjust my approach, and develop new resources to meet the diverse needs of the young people we were serving. Similarly, my content creation evolved as my audience expanded and their needs changed. I learned to be flexible, to adapt my plans, and to embrace the unexpected changes that inevitably arose. The key to setting meaningful goals was aligning them with my core values. My faith played a pivotal role in this process, guiding my decisions and shaping my approach. My commitment to honesty, compassion, and service became the foundation upon which I built my goals. This ensured that my actions were aligned with my deepest beliefs and values, creating a sense of integrity and purpose that fueled my efforts. I also incorporated regular self-reflection into my goal-setting process. I set aside time each week to evaluate my progress, identify areas for improvement, and adjust my strategies accordingly. This wasn't about self-criticism, it was about self-awareness, about honestly assessing my strengths and weaknesses and making necessary adjustments. This continuous evaluation process was vital in keeping me on track and ensuring that my actions remained aligned with my overarching purpose. Setting goals wasn't a solitary endeavor. I actively sought feedback from trusted mentors, advisors, and friends. Their insights and encouragement helped me refine my goals, stay focused, and remain accountable. They challenged me to stretch beyond my comfort zone, to think bigger, and to believe in my potential. This collaborative approach reinforced the importance of community support in achieving ambitious goals. To maintain motivation, I developed a system for tracking my progress and celebrating my accomplishments. I used a combination of digital tools and traditional methods, such as journaling and creating visual reminders of my goals. I regularly reviewed my progress, noting my successes and learning from any setbacks. This system wasn't about perfection, it was about creating a visual representation of my journey, a tangible testament to my hard work and dedication. Regular review of my goals also allowed me to identify potential obstacles and develop strategies to overcome them. Sometimes, these obstacles involved logistical challenges, such as securing additional funding or recruiting qualified volunteers. At other times, the obstacles were internal, such as moments of self-doubt or feelings of overwhelm. By proactively addressing these challenges, I minimized potential disruptions and maintained momentum towards my goals. The process of setting meaningful goals wasn't about setting unrealistic expectations or striving for perfection. It was about creating a roadmap, a pathway towards my purpose. It was about taking consistent action, celebrating small victories, and learning from setbacks. It was about aligning my actions with my values and seeking support from those who believed in my vision. It was also about understanding that the journey itself was just as important as the destination. The process of setting goals, pursuing them, and reflecting on my progress, provided invaluable learning opportunities. It strengthened my resilience, sharpened my skills, and deepened my understanding of my purpose. The journey of self-discovery was ongoing. The process of setting meaningful goals was an integral part of that continuous evolution. Furthermore, the act of setting goals fostered a sense of hope and optimism. In the midst of my past struggles, it had been easy to fall into despair, to succumb to the belief that my life was beyond redemption. However, the process of setting meaningful goals instilled a sense of agency, a belief that I had the power to shape my own future. This was crucial in sustaining motivation and overcoming challenges. My goals became not just milestones to be achieved, but markers of my personal growth, testaments to my resilience, and tangible expressions of my purpose. They provided a framework for my work, guiding my actions, and ensuring that my efforts remained aligned with my deepest values and aspirations. This wasn't simply about achieving success, it was about creating a life of purpose and meaning, a life that aligned with my values and brought joy to my heart. The journey of achieving these goals, the process of striving, learning, adapting, and celebrating along the way, became as meaningful as the goals themselves. It was a testament to the power of human potential and the enduring strength of the human spirit, fueled by faith, resilience, and the unwavering commitment to a life of purpose. Living with intention wasn't a sudden shift, it was a gradual unfolding, a conscious choice made daily, moment by moment. It began with a deep introspection, a soul-searching process that went beyond simply identifying my purpose. It involved a profound understanding of my values, my strengths, and my limitations. I spent countless hours in prayer and meditation, seeking guidance from a higher power and a deeper understanding of my place in the world. This wasn't a passive exercise, it was an active pursuit, a relentless quest to align my actions with my beliefs. This process revealed a crucial truth. My purpose wasn't solely about helping troubled youth, it was about embodying the principles I sought to instill in them. It was about demonstrating resilience, perseverance, and faith in action. It was about living a life that reflected the values I preached. This realization deepened my commitment and fueled my dedication. It shifted my focus from merely achieving goals to becoming the person I aspired to be. The transformation wasn't without its challenges. Old habits and ingrained patterns of thinking resurfaced, testing my resolve. Doubts crept in, whispering insidious lies of inadequacy and failure. There were moments of intense self-doubt, when the weight of my past threatened to overwhelm me. I learned to recognize these moments as opportunities for growth, as tests of my commitment to living a purpose-driven life. I leaned heavily on my faith community, seeking support, guidance, and encouragement from fellow believers who understood my journey. One of the most effective strategies I employed was mindfulness. Learning to be present in the moment, to appreciate the small things, to focus on gratitude, was transformative. It helped me break free from the cycle of rumination and anxiety that had plagued me for so long. I started incorporating mindfulness practices into my daily routine, meditation, deep breathing exercises, and mindful walks in nature. These practices grounded me, centering my thoughts and helping me cultivate a sense of inner peace. This intentional living extended to all aspects of my life. It shaped my relationships, influencing the way I interacted with family, friends, and colleagues. It impacted my professional life, guiding my career choices and shaping my interactions with clients and mentees. I became more conscious of my words and actions, striving to be a positive influence on those around me. My approach to work transformed. It was no longer merely a means to an end, it became a platform for expressing my purpose. Each coaching session, each piece of content I created, each interaction with a troubled youth, became an opportunity to share my message of hope, resilience, and transformation. I approached my work with passion, dedication, and a deep sense of responsibility. I viewed my role not just as a life coach, but as a mentor, a guide, and a source of inspiration. The impact was profound. My relationship with my family deepened as I demonstrated the principles of forgiveness, empathy, and unconditional love. My friendships grew stronger as I built relationships based on mutual respect, honesty, and shared values. My professional relationships flourished as I cultivated a reputation for integrity, compassion, and a genuine desire to help others. Intentional living also involved setting boundaries. This was a challenging aspect, as I had a history of people-pleasing and neglecting my own needs. But I realized that setting boundaries was crucial for my well-being and my ability to effectively serve others. I learned to say no to requests that did not align with my purpose or values. I prioritized self-care, recognizing that I could not pour from an empty cup. This included regular exercise, healthy eating, sufficient sleep, and engaging in activities that brought me joy and fulfillment. My faith continued to be a cornerstone of my intentional living. It provided a framework for understanding my purpose, a source of strength during challenging times, and a guiding light on my path. Prayer became a vital part of my daily routine, allowing me to connect with a higher power, seek guidance, and express gratitude. I actively participated in my faith community, finding support, encouragement, and inspiration from fellow believers. My faith wasn't simply a belief system, it was a living, breathing force that shaped my thoughts, actions, and interactions with the world. Intentional living also meant embracing imperfection. I acknowledged that I would make mistakes, that I would fall short of my ideals. This realization was liberating, freeing me from the pressure of perfectionism that had crippled me in the past. I learned to view setbacks as learning opportunities, as chances to grow and improve. I practiced self-compassion, treating myself with the same kindness and understanding that I extended to others. My journey wasn't about achieving flawless execution, it was about continuous growth, consistent effort, and unwavering commitment to my purpose. The journey of intentional living is an ongoing process, a continuous evolution. It requires conscious effort, consistent self-reflection, and a willingness to adapt and grow. It demands honesty, humility, and a commitment to learning and self-improvement. It's about embracing both the triumphs and the setbacks, viewing them as integral parts of the journey. It's a process of continually aligning my actions with my values, my purpose, and my faith. Living intentionally has not only transformed my life but has also had a ripple effect on those around me. The impact I've had on the lives of troubled youth, my family, and my community is a testament to the power of living a purpose-driven life. It's a continuous cycle of growth and impact, a journey of transformation that inspires others to embark on their own paths of intentional living. The key, I've found, lies not just in identifying our purpose, but in actively weaving it into the fabric of our daily lives, moment by moment, decision by decision, turning our intentions into tangible actions that leave a positive mark on the world. The journey is lifelong, but the rewards are immeasurable. Finding fulfillment wasn't about chasing some elusive, grand achievement, it was about cultivating a deep sense of contentment within the everyday rhythm of life. It was a subtle shift in perspective, a turning away from external validation and a turning inward towards a deeper understanding of self. This involved recognizing my inherent worth, irrespective of accomplishments or societal expectations. For years, my worth had been tied to external markers, my grades, my job, even my interactions with others. But true fulfillment stemmed from a place of self-acceptance and a profound sense of peace, a quiet confidence in who I was, flaws and all. This journey toward self-acceptance was inextricably linked to my faith. It wasn't a case of simply believing, it was about actively living my faith, allowing it to inform my decisions, guide my actions, and shape my interactions with the world. This meant embracing forgiveness, both for myself and for others. Holding on to resentment and anger had been a heavy burden, poisoning my relationships and hindering my personal growth. Forgiveness wasn't condoning past hurts, it was releasing myself from the shackles of negativity, freeing myself to move forward with a lighter heart and a clearer mind. One of the most significant aspects of finding fulfillment involved cultivating gratitude. Focusing on what I had, rather than what I lacked, was a transformative practice. Initially, it felt forced, almost artificial. But as I consciously practiced gratitude, noticing the small blessings in my daily life, it became a natural part of my existence. This involved keeping a gratitude journal, where I recorded moments of appreciation, from a simple cup of coffee to the support of my community. It involved actively noticing the beauty in the world around me, a sunrise, a child's laughter, the kindness of a stranger. This practice fostered a deep sense of appreciation, shifting my focus from what I didn't have to the abundance already present in my life. Beyond gratitude, mindfulness played a crucial role. It wasn't about achieving some state of perfect serenity, it was about being present in the moment, fully engaging with the here and now. This meant paying attention to my senses, feeling the ground beneath my feet, savoring the taste of my food, listening to the sounds around me. It involved letting go of the constant mental chatter, the anxieties about the future and regrets about the past. Mindfulness became a powerful tool for managing stress and anxiety, helping me to ground myself in the present and appreciate the simple beauty of daily life. I incorporated mindfulness practices into my daily routine, starting with 5 minutes of meditation each morning and gradually increasing the duration as my comfort level grew. I found the practice of deep breathing incredibly useful in managing moments of stress and anxiety. Building healthy relationships was also integral to my journey toward fulfillment. This involved recognizing the importance of healthy boundaries, a concept that initially felt foreign to me. I had always been a people pleaser, prioritizing others' needs above my own. But I learned that setting boundaries was not selfish, it was an act of self-respect, an essential component of maintaining my emotional well-being. I learned to say no to requests that depleted my energy or conflicted with my values. This involved clearly and respectfully communicating my limits, and surprisingly, those who valued my friendship understood and respected my boundaries. My relationships with family members underwent a significant transformation. The process of healing from past hurts and forgiving past transgressions was a slow, deliberate process, one that required patience, understanding, and a willingness to work through years of accumulated resentment and misunderstandings. These relationships, once fraught with conflict, became sources of strength, support, and unconditional love. This required active participation in family therapy, which provided a safe space for open communication and the processing of past traumas. My friendships also flourished as I cultivated deeper, more authentic connections. I surrounded myself with people who supported my growth and shared my values. I learned the importance of investing time in nurturing these relationships, engaging in meaningful conversations, and providing genuine support when needed. These friendships became invaluable sources of encouragement, accountability, and unconditional love. My professional life also underwent a positive transformation as I discovered true fulfillment in my work. This wasn't just about financial success, it was about finding meaning and purpose in my contributions. This shift in perspective enabled me to approach my work with a renewed sense of passion and dedication, finding joy and satisfaction in making a positive difference in the lives of others. I found fulfillment in helping my mentees navigate their personal challenges, providing them with guidance, support, and encouragement. Alongside these personal changes, I committed to continuous learning and self-improvement. I pursued further education, honing my skills and expanding my knowledge base. This involved attending workshops, reading books, and engaging in ongoing professional development. This commitment to lifelong learning was crucial for maintaining my enthusiasm and ensuring that I continued to grow both professionally and personally. My spiritual journey was also a key aspect of this transformation. I deepened my connection with God, finding solace, strength, and inspiration in my faith. I actively sought out opportunities for spiritual growth, attending retreats, engaging in prayer, and reading scripture. My faith provided a framework for understanding my purpose in life, a source of strength during challenging times, and a guiding light on my path. This faith wasn't just a passive belief, it was an active practice that permeated all aspects of my life. The journey toward fulfillment is not a destination but a lifelong process. There will be times of doubt, times of uncertainty, and times when I fall short of my ideals. But the key is to embrace imperfection, to learn from setbacks, and to continue moving forward with resilience and hope. The process of finding fulfillment requires self-compassion, a willingness to forgive ourselves for our imperfections, and the courage to continue striving for personal growth, despite the inevitable challenges. It's about consistently aligning our actions with our values, our purpose, and our faith, creating a life that is not only meaningful but also deeply fulfilling. The journey is continuous, but the rewards are immeasurable. The happiness found isn't a fleeting emotion, it's a deep-seated sense of peace and contentment, a quiet confidence that stems from living a life aligned with one's values and purpose. What kind of mark will you leave on the world? This isn't a morbid question, but a profoundly important one. It's about actively shaping your future, not passively drifting through it. We all want to be remembered, but the question is, for what? Will it be for the impact we made, the lives we touched, the positive change we initiated? Or will it be a footnote, a fleeting memory, barely registering on the vast tapestry of human existence? The truth is, the legacy we create isn't something that happens overnight. It's a conscious, deliberate effort, a tapestry woven thread by thread, day by day, year by year. My own journey towards a purposeful life has been a powerful lesson in legacy building. For years, I was lost in a fog of self-destruction. My actions weren't building anything, they were tearing it down. I was focused on instant gratification, short-term gains that ultimately led to long-term pain. The legacy I was inadvertently creating was one of regret, one that left scars on myself and those around me. But through faith and conscious effort, I began to rebuild, to weave a new narrative, a new legacy. This wasn't about suddenly becoming a saint, it was about incremental change, small acts of kindness, daily commitments to self-improvement, and a consistent dedication to serving others. It involved making amends for past mistakes, not to erase them, but to acknowledge them, learn from them, and move forward with integrity. I began to see that my legacy wasn't about a single grand gesture, but the accumulation of countless small actions, the ripple effect of kindness, the cumulative impact of living a life of purpose.